Yeah, I feel it. Think this song is Drop Juice. Yeah. Drop Juice. Yeah. I told my son I understand that shit is silly. Drop a body and you wouldn't have to pay for lunch. I told my dog go ride and ready, right or wrong. I got beat, then quit my life through a drone. I told my bitch, stay behind me, I'm in my zone. She like, how the fuck you ain't never roll a song? Same reason your finance ain't never roll a song. You ran for life and I just rather ride along. Watch you respect that you don't never gotta go. Yeah, I told that nigga I'ma drop the juice on him. You gotta go through this shit with your heart, you can't snooze on it. It's bad, you better get rid of the lose on it. I know you heard that, post ain't about bad fruit, homie. If you can't beat him, knock it out. If you don't kill him, that'll be shot. I told my daughter keep one in the head, she ain't got a cocky. I told my son if he wanted to live, he might catch a body. I told my son he a cheerleader, but might gotta catch a body. This driver named Joe, but he said ain't do a shot. I just talking about that ghost. I've been driving that dead body. I ain't really into nothing, but I spend it like a hobby. I was locked inside the truck. They think about it, but I got out of it. And my car's in close inside it. Ain't 6'9" with 2 holes with me right now. You call me shotty. I'm jumping on my picks and that the FBI won't stop me. That shit don't sound like talkie spit. Whoa. Ain't no more reminiscing, ain't no more judging, no intuition. I'm smoking scatty, but not pimping. So my son, I said this shit to the ceiling. Yeah, they complimented my new Rolls Royce. TV in the front of that motherfucker like a tour bus. Spirit of ecstasy got me feeling so blessed, you see. I told my bitch I was about to go shoot a Christmas tree. $500,000 on my dogs and all my cars, couple million, so I'm all in my paws. Got this paper on the roof of niggas trying to act hard. I just wanna bring the new business a black cat car. Black, oh, Trans Am, thank you, man. We gon' make us a porn star video. New cam, I just came up watching my pop game on my food stamps. I just lost cramps. I don't go back and forth, flip tramps, baby, we step. Just put it on the call, you fam. The T-Rex, I just gave my daddy the cam. I got the sheets with me. They look big trip, then I smell like I'm from Phoenix. Then I hold up like a crab. Yeah, it was God that I came to life. I was born and I don't so sorry. I don't know how to make it right. The whole purpose for you keep it light. I don't care about you leading me. I got no time to try to make it right. I just hope you find another life. Hope you keep up if you ever fall. Ain't no more reminiscing, ain't no more judging, no intuition. I'm smoking scatty, but I can't fit. I told my son I said this shit to the ceiling. Get in the panel, get in the chat. We're gonna have a conversation. We ain't gonna take the lies today, brother.
Yeah. The niggas just talking, baby. Don't mind them, they just talking. They know they can't fuck with you, baby.
We're gonna hit souls today. We're gonna hit souls today. We talking about the soul tape. We're gonna talk about some big. Shout out to Quiz. Shout out to Japan. What up, baby?
Money can never correct it. Come say it once, then whoever directed. You never get on for me, I'm never the exit. All black, everything in my black feet. It ain't a game if it wasn't be a black week. I'm on my A game, never on that beat shit. You on that beat shit, never gon' beat shit. That's how I see shit, cause I ain't beat shit. True story like that Hollywood beat shit. I say F niggas cause I'm on some G shit. Yeah, that really green strike double G shit. That was for my homie, just know I'm thinking of you. I told him stay on top, so they can get above me. He told me I did that like a fucking shovel. Why take a nigga that go to jail and say he love me? We be killing them, boy, we be killing them. Damn, we used to dream to have $1 million. Now the family get money like willing them. Accounts rise like we filling them with helium. My baby girl got ass, it's what she would at it. Make her look away, and still be keeping at it. She say they come with painted faces trying to clown on you. High under you, we're trying to talk down on you. You see a rat is gonna be that and go for any cheddar. Tell my bitch that I'm no good as if they ain't better. But as long as you team keep her from the other boys. Let her holler, she just gonna exist above the noise.
Niggas trying to eat. That's all I'm looking at. Niggas want to eat food. Niggas time being on the street. Niggas time robbing the state. Niggas time selling drugs. They're trying to get some money.
Rest in peace to the late niggas and wild. You know you're gone. The next time is on. Every single day, each and every night, that's my word. I'm screaming right, I'm screaming right. Every single day, each and every night, that's my word. I'm screaming right. Know what that means? I say, bitch, I'm trying to get, bitch, I'm trying to get right. That's my word. I'm screaming right, I'm screaming right. Bitch, I'm trying to get, bitch, I'm trying to get.
Peace out. Whoa! I be calling shots like I'm commando. Get you back, running around like you was Rambo, nigga. This a new level. New Dallas pants look like you got two levels. Who let you run these streets thinking you special? They gon' put a pay up on you when them folks catch you. I promise. And they gon' find me. Just be honest. Keep your shit like it's a little. I promise. Every time else, we let you know. We gon' take this hard. Shutting the streets back, you see them fucking in out. We here. I want to know what you got. Oh shit. I gotta put my right to you there. It's just I started in the kids, every time I get tight. I don't really know how to fight my shit right now. Yeah. It's strong. Nigga, you can't get your way to the clear sport. The real nigga crack don't work at the bank. Ain't got no money, what the fuck is you here for? Cause bad bitches don't respect me, frank up. I never see a nigga trap and get 100 mil. If he did it, he ain't got money still. He in the child like cutting back for the double mill. They get the wild top with the try, he said, fuck the deal. I want a brand new Gotti, nigga. Fuck the bill. Fuck the burger set. I'm trying to pay my mother bills. My son will. So my son can chill. Take him off the block, so the cop want to steal. I never seen it go with 20 bodies. You need a Ferrari, you cut me with a ball. And when I'm spitting, hurt your feelings, I ain't truly sorry. So when I ask this, I can only feed you. They try to bury us, ain't know that we were seeds. We had that, and it was little Christmas Eve. To that corner, make it rich when we believe. Children, never that's a picture of the seas, Target on your back, target
on your back.
Fast with the red pins, target on your head. Just a nigga with a dream, target in the track. Target on your back, target on your back. Jacking on the ground when it's set. And I ain't trying to play you because I know you special. My wild trying to so damn catch me. While your real ones are my problem, they know. I'm so mad that you catch you. I fight you. Down with the hustle. This ain't no feeling. When you get it from the muscle. Niggas is tripping. Acting like it ain't a struggle. When they know you got it out the mud, make them love you. Never let these niggas check your mind in a bubble. The minute you get locked up, you just gonna say fuck you. And you gonna be super city. You gonna wanna rock you. Lots of super shit. Fuck you. You gotta go off. You can't do the my man, these go crazy. All the energy in the world too. You want to die. Killing dog.
That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. I had to get in the mood today. I want to say thank you for everybody coming out today. Welcome to Conversation with King. I had to, today Ripple gave me a new flavor called Peace. They got passion fruit and sage. I don't know if that's gonna calm me down, but it's good. Passion fruit and sage. Now, I started my show a little bit late today. The reason why I started my show a little bit late today is because I really wanted to see how far people could go to defamate your character, right? I want to see how wicked can someone be to lie. It's one thing if you tell the truth. It's one thing if your jokes is funny. It's one thing if you did your research. It's one thing if you're an educated person and you know how to read certain things, especially legal stuff. It's another thing too to put allegations out there that can be detrimental not only to your financial state, but to a person that you're accusing's health. So one thing about me, I'm not out here, whatever feelings they feel, and I'm surprised a lot of people was on that thing saluting that type of foolery. And I just know what type of people they are. So please stay over there. But I really want to get into the topic today, but I want to make something clear. I'm going to say one time. I'm going to say one time and one time only. Maoli Kinghormeku never told, snitched, or squealed on anybody a day of his life. My information is public. Whatever you want to read, you should go and read. Initially, he posted up something and he completely messed up or erased or eradicated certain key parts. And then then I put the real information on my community tab so people could see what people are doing. To call someone, what you don't do is call someone, at least where I'm from, a rat or gay. No disrespect to the gay community. But in where I'm from, those are the things that we don't want anybody calling us if that's not what we are. And even what we are, that's still offensive, right? So let me just give you a legal thing so we all could be on the same page here. And I already had a lawyer explain to a couple of people already, even his boy, Derek Woods, aka Chicago Rilla, aka 40. So it's plain and simple, and everybody's smart. They have their lady attorney, they could do whatever they want, but listen, and lady attorney did this to Tasha K. So I'm going to give him like a little short version. When I got sentenced, and the paperwork that he showed, he said sealed documents. There's no sealed documents because no one told. Sentencing minutes are public information that you can go and buy. Anybody here could go and cop those information. It's a 31-page sentencing minutes. So every time you get sentenced, there's someone there that writes everything down that the lawyers, the plaintiff, the prosecutors, the judge, the court says. That particular sentencing day is the day where everybody who pleads guilty has to get sentenced, and they tell you why. When you go to prison, you walk in, they ask you for your driver's license, the other inmates, and that's basically for you to show that you are not a person that snitch and you have integrity. Now, if you know me and you watch my Instagram, and sometimes I post up pictures of certain people, and certain people can't be around certain people if you are a snitch. That's unlawful. There's no principles. That's not having morals. What that man did was basically try to make allegations because he doesn't have anything else to say. Everything he said on that page, or whatever channel that is, and I saw a lot of people go in there, and I appreciate that. People like the downfall of a king, but it can't happen. Everything that man said was a complete lie. Number one, Melanie, I don't even want to say her name because that's the one that was in the case with me and stuff like that, but the Melanie he was talking about is not a white woman. Everybody in my case was black. Everybody. Everyone that I saw that went to court that day was black. So when he says that, I already see what's going on. Second of all, everyone gets sentenced, they plead guilty. You cannot cooperate during the sentencing. That's impossible. And all cooperations, they keep it secret because people's lives can be threatened. Cool. Second of all, for me to have that and go to jail and be as cool as I was, living good, comfortable, that's crazy. 4, if you watch my show, I actually had people that served time with me come on my show. And those people did 20 years in addition to the years they spent time with me. And those people will never be associated with me if I committed those crimes. So with that being said, it's just crazy to me. It's just crazy to me that people would even play with someone's livelihood like that. But it's okay. I know that you're desperate, and I know that you're enjoying the algorithms and you're enjoying these views that you'll never get without attacking me. So with me, what I just want to say to everybody, please watch what unfolds in the days to come, in the weeks to come. Please watch what happens to people when they cross a legal line. Because this is YouTube. This is money. When you say something that's not true about someone else, you have to pay financially for that. Period. We don't care about the streets. We know so many people that's in the streets. You still sue. You get in a car accident, you sue. It's cool. You can't put someone's life in jeopardy. You can't come back from that. And I understand. I know you hurt. I know you hurt, young man. I know for a fact you don't like the life, because not one time yet, even today, you have yet to call your wife beautiful. I don't mind you saying anything about me, but tell the truth, because what you're going to do is hurt yourself in the long run, because legally you're wrong. So if you want me to be tricked out of my spot, and want me to physically do something to you, you're absolutely wrong. I would never be tricked on my spot. This is someone that lives in Texas or whatever he lives. I'm not flying down there to hurt you for that. You got to play smart, man. You got to play smart. You got to be smart. I'm not dumb. You want me to go back. That will make you feel so happy. But I can't go back. I'm living the life that you want to live. I'm good. I talked to everybody today. I talked to everybody, and I feel good. Trust me. So with that being said, we're going to jump into a couple of more things. But like I said, it's all fair, love, and war. But there's consequences, legal consequences, and financial consequences when you step out of line. When you make allegations like that can't be proven or that aren't true. It's particularly that is crazy. You know, and I know, if you knew all this about me and you thought I was what you said I was, why did you do a show with me for months and months? You and Mr. Google himself, Chef. Chef Googles everything. Chef Googles everything. If he thought I was that, he wouldn't have done the show with me. He know, and Chef knows better to talk about incarcerated people. Chef, you know better. You know better. I don't even mention his name. I'm gonna tag him. That's what he wants. But Chef, you know better because we have dead people and out dear to ourselves that are locked up for a long time. And for you to even entertain this, knowing what I know, knowing the pain you go through every day, is crazy. And Victor, you put up the fist there, claiming that you fought the rips, and you allowed that to happen under your watch. You're crazy, but it's okay. I don't play with y'all. I'm not playing with y'all. I don't want nothing to do with y'all. Trust me, because I see that you guys don't understand the line you cross when you say things that are not true. Do you understand when I was inside, I called somebody that, and they was really that, I still had to shake. Because no one wants to be revealed that. Nobody. Now imagine me, who's not that. You're crazy. But let me go for what Nikki says, the Glow Code. She says, sentencing allocation has absolutely nothing to do with cooperation agreement. From what I saw, the lawyer was simply mitigating factors, which is what he's supposed to do. Well, if you don't know, mitigating factors is how you try to persuade the judge to give you less time because you don't want to be seen like you're more culpable for the act. Because they were trying to pin me with everything. So he was trying to say, okay, listen, he didn't take that much money, blah, 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 blah. You could read the sentence in a minute. It's public. My lawyer was actually a lawyer of Taxstone, Kenneth Montgomery. I had two lawyers, Kenneth Montgomery and Keith White. Two lawyers in the room that day for me. Shout out to Judge Nathan for allowing me to give me the freedom. And they asked me why that young man from another channel says, I was wondering why he only got 12 months and the lady got 48 months. Let me tell you why. I graduated 2013. When I graduated, I was 6 years removed from the whole incident. They came and got me literally February 1st, I believe 2018, right after my election. The people that were doing the crime kept on doing it after I graduated. So I was 6 years removed. And during those 6 years, I was running for office, doing community work. So when he say mitigating factors, when they sentence you, they take that into account, your community work, how many letters of references you have. I had senators, I had councilmen, I had everybody write me letters so I wouldn't get as much time. And on those paperwork, if we want me to pull up, I could pull up the 31 pages. But as a matter of fact, I want y'all to go look at it. But if y'all want me to bring it up, I'll bring it up. She says, you're not a scammer, you're not a bad person, you made a bad mistake because we see throughout your community, you did wonderful things. Running for office, all that saved my life. Not gonna lie about that. If I got caught at the same time I was doing it, I would have been there for 5-7 years. This is a fact. They actually recommended that I do 2.5. My sentence was filed. They recommended the PCR. PCR is the pre-sentencing report, where you sit down with someone and you tell them, do you do drugs? Have you had child abuse? Were you raped? Were you in this? Were you in that? And they make a recommendation. They recommended 2.5. When the judge saw that and then saw the people that came to support me, like my parents, and then saw all the work I did, she gave me a year and a day. Now, a year and a day in the feds is really 8 months. So I did 8 months. And then I did 2 months in the halfway house. 1 month in the house, another month on ankle bracelet. So I got out February 13th, and I got out the halfway house on Easter Sunday. But you can't get out on Sunday, so I got out Good Friday because you get out before, because it's a weekend. I'm blessed. I'm blessed. So with that being said, you know, I want to say shout out to everybody in the room. This was crazy, because he knows, as a person who says he's from whatever, you don't make allegations like that. That shows a level of disparity. And I hope you're willing to, you know, bet your house that I'm not going to pursue this legally. The funny thing is crazy, because Cardi B, my sis, I don't know her personally, but she's my sis. She went through the same thing with Tasha K. And Tasha K lost. No disrespect to Tasha K at all. No disrespect. But she lost. You can't make allegations like that. And the way you did it was so sloppy. Was so sloppy. So sloppy. So I just hope that this man is ready. But hold on. Let me show you something. Because I didn't finish, and I'm about to start. Hold on. I just want to make sure everybody's ready. If y'all gonna go left, yo, on me. Yo, what's up? Hold on, son. Don't say anything too quick. I'm on my show right now. I don't know if you got my thing, right? And I told you. I didn't get it. Yeah, I told you what happened earlier. And you know, me. I'm a good guy, brother. So I'm gonna definitely, you know, the lawsuit is coming out, but I wanted to make sure that you're on speaker. I wanted to make sure nobody see anything. You're on speaker. This is my brother. He served time with me. Please tell him the process of when you go inside and there's paperwork parties, and he put up the sentencing minutes, and he left out. He posted the sentencing minutes, and he said that I snitched because my lawyer was trying to get me less time. Tell them you can't say, so they can hit. Say it again. Say it again.
So it's the lawyer's job to try to get you less time.
Right.
What are you talking about?
He said this. He put out sealed documents, but there's no sealed documents. He put out the sentencing minutes. Now, for those who don't know, this is my brother. If y'all watched the show before, Kawan, he did 20 years, and then he did 5 years on another sentence. The most honorable dude in the world. And I'm going to call other people that I did time with. Kawan, you are honorable dude. Would you even sit next to me if I was a rat?
Nah, well, that's retarded. It's
Right.
against all code.
Thank you. So my thing is, I know this is beneath you. I know this is so beneath you. But I had to tell you, because you're an OG and I look up to you. You met my parents. You're one of the few people that know my parents. You're one of the few people when you came home, I was one of the first person you saw. I know your daughters. Now, let me ask you a question. In the sentencing minutes, have you ever heard anybody cooperate during sentencing minutes?
Has anybody cooperated? What do you mean?
Like, just when they sentence you, can you be like, hey, she did this, he did this, he did that. Because if you're sentenced, you're getting sentenced.
Well, when you get sentenced, normally it can say, it depends on how they do it, because you could be sentenced and then you cooperate and then they basically bless you afterwards. But you could be, if they sentence you, in it would say, the prosecutor normally, the judge sometimes asks, did XYZ cooperate? And then they'll say yeah or nay, or whatever the case may be. And that's it. It can be in there, but then it cannot be. Depends.
Okay. So my question to you is this. I don't think people understand what happens when you tell someone that they're a rat and it's false.
Oh, you get your head popped off.
That's what people do, not me. I'm not doing that. You're not doing that. No one's doing that. But in old days, that what happened in old days, not now.
Yeah, you could get killed for that.
Right. So my thing is this. I don't live that life. I don't want nothing to do with that life. And I'm making that clear. You have nothing to do with that life. But it's internet. And I knew what I signed up for. You understand what I'm saying? That means everybody's going to talk about you and it could be lies and whatever. But that's something you don't joke about. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. And
so with that being said, I love you. Thanks for just spending time and just letting people know. But one more question before I let you go, if you don't mind. At the end of the day, when the same people, I don't remember this. When I did the show, you remember that light-skinned dude that would say, yo, that's Kawan. I know who he is. You like, I don't know him. Why you keep on saying my name? Remember that light-skinned dude, the boy-headed dude with the deep voice?
Yeah.
And there was a dark-skinned dude that was there. You remember that there was those two dudes. Those two dudes are the ones that's claiming that I told.
Who you told on?
They said I told on the people that told on me. Like if you read it, you would know. If you read it, if he had read it and not handpicked certain parts, he would know that those people got indicted a month before they came after me. What does that say?
Normally, whoever tells is the people who got caught up first.
Like I said, if you look at if y'all go on Google those documents, they got arrested January. They came after me February. So listen, Kawan, I'm sorry for wasting your time. I know this is beneath you. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to give them a little school education on certain things. I love you and I appreciate you. But that's what you warned me about, right? At the end of the day, when you go on.
Niggas is haters,
This is what I'm saying. And then they going around saying I'm affiliated with this and that, like that. You don't do that, but it's okay. It's okay. But I'm going to sue them. I promise you that. Because this is we're legal. We're corporate. I'm going to sue him straight up. But anyway, thank you, brother.
Anytime, bro. Holla back.
All right. Now, my homie didn't even know I was calling. He didn't even know I was calling. This is a man that did 20, then did 5. This is the man that if you go out, I'll let you know the show. Chef was bigging him up. Everybody was bigging him up, and now y'all calling me. So what happens is when y'all call me that word, y'all calling my association that word, and we take our honor and we take our integrity for real. Now, when he said they popped, he's talking about people in the past used to do that. That's how serious it was. I'm not doing none of that. I want my freedom. I love my freedom. He loves his freedom. He ain't doing that. But some people don't care. But when you in Texas or New Orleans or wherever you at and you far away and you want to play these games, that's cool because I don't want no problems. I'm happy where I'm at. I got my freedom. I smash girls. I take care of my family, And actually, I don't smash girls. Actually, I'm just a cool dude. I just take girls out. You feel me? And I'm focused on one. Today I ain't go front. When I saw it, I was like, damn, why you went that way? That was woof. But I understand because you really can't stick me for nothing. I look better than you, got more money than you. I tell the truth more than you. I went to better schools than you. Every girl I have is better than you. That girl you put up there is not Melanie. I promise you that. That girl you put up there, and if y'all look it up, everybody will tell you. Let's see what Glowco says. In my experience, if someone cooperated, the judge and all the lawyers have already discussed it off the record, so it never comes up at the sentencing. It's just understood between the parties. Wow. You know, I just hope that you feel good about yourself. You feel good about yourself. This is not a good look for you, because real individuals don't play like that. Now, if you really wanted to fight me, you could have just said, "Let's fight." That's what you could have said. You could have flew down here. You could have did that, but I'm not touching you anymore. I will never touch you. I don't want no beef with. I don't want no. I'm going to make sure that whatever you said and with all these false allegations and putting my life in danger, we're going to civil court. I don't put people in jail. I don't do that criminal stuff. That's civil court. This is YouTube. You try to mess up Conversations with King's brand. That's what we're going to focus on, because you got the money, right? You that the $20,000 down your house. You got that. You got that. With that being said, I want people to come up. If you can, textual chatter. I need Darrell to come up, and I'm going to make some more phone calls with some real ones in my life. Ones that's been through the system. And like I said, it's sad, Chef, you know, with members of your family going through what they're going through, you playing with me. And I'm not going to be like him. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. That's one thing I'm not going to do. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to put all the information outside in there. You know, it's funny. It's called, I forgot what Glow said. Nikki said there's a thing called the law of completion. It's a technical term where if you reveal information about somebody, you got to give the whole information, not just half. You know, we want to be very mindful of what's going on right now. And I really want to get to the topic, and it kind of relates to the interracial thing. That's funny that he had that, right? Melanie was white. That's crazy. But let's go. And I think a lot of people, hold on. It's called a rule of completion. So what happens is the rule of completion is if you're going to reveal something about somebody, a legal document, you got to reveal the whole thing. So put my whole document up and let everybody read it. But when you handpick, if you handpick, you got to tell it all. So when we do this whole civil court thing, even if you release it afterwards, what you did initially wasn't reveal all the information. You're playing with the narrative, and you're gonna get in trouble. And I'm talking. This is a real lawyer saying it's not you. It's not you. Not the community college education, not the Waco, Texas education, not the Bay Area. I went to the library and I know how to spell Hugh P. Newton education. This is a lawyer. So be mindful what you started. Also, let me just give you a little more thing. Defamation of character, right? One of the things about the only defense for defamation of character is you tell the truth. Not an opinion, not whatever, but tell the truth. And you had your chance to tell the truth. It'd be cool if you said, yo, yeah, he did this, he can't trust his character. He took from the institution to go on trips, lavish trips. But you said, after I did that, I told on people. Damn. I feel sorry for Chef, man. This man's gonna take you down. This man's gonna take you down, boy. Because in Georgia, right? Atlanta, Georgia. If you ever want to find out someone's name on the deed, right? You got two things you can do. You can go to the tax assessor online, if you want to get online, and just put in the person's name, and you'll see if they have a deed or not online. If you want to physically see it, you go to the Supreme Court of that county. So if you want it online, the tax assessor of that county, and then if you want the physical deed, you go to the Supreme Court of that county. Now, with that being said, the name that you put on Facebook, unless you have a different name, doesn't have a deed. And I don't think homeboy I didn't really check his name, but I feel like he's lying. If he could lie about someone's paperwork, he's definitely lying about everything else in his life. I promise you that. See, but I get it. See, what happens is you pay the rent or the mortgage or you help out. So you think it's your crib. See, I pay the rent and the mortgage, so you think it's your crib. But your name is not on the deed. A lot of men been through that. But let me remind you, if your name is not on the deed, you're just a tenant. You're your girlfriend's or your wife's tenant. Never forget that. You're her tenant and you pay rent if your name is not on the deed. So you said you're a grown man and your name is on the deed. He said his name is on the deed. Okay. Hold on. Let me make another phone call. We're going to get to the bottom. We're going to get to the bottom of everything today, and we're going to end this. We're going to end this and make it real smooth because, once again, like I said, I know you're listening. You let a man lie about my paperwork when you know you got family members that might not ever see the light again. Why would you play? And he's getting sued. Hold on, let me call. Let me call him right now. See if he gets on. Hold on. Let me get him right now. Huh. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me get him right now. Because I need y'all to hear him for real. A matter of fact, hold on. I don't need him to hit. Terry, thank you so much for letting them, for doing what you do. But don't worry about hitting the likes button. It's going to get real serious in regards to legal stuff. Hold on. You don't have to hit the like button. I just want them to come and see what's going on. Hope they pick up. See, these are people I'm calling randomly. I'm not trying to, I didn't give nobody a heads up. That's why they're not picking up that. Trust me. Hold on. When I get in touch with these people, you're going to be like, yo, Because this is crazy how you can make these allegations like that and not stand on it. Let me see. Is this him right here? No, that's not him. Who else can I go? Cool. Hold on. Hold on. Bear with me, people. Please bear with me. Because this is random. Because I just felt the need, compelled to do this last minute. And I just want to make sure that he understands, like, what he did is, that's crazy. And I hope he keeps it up. Please keep that up. Keep that video up. Hold on. No, I ain't going. I don't want no problems. Nope, not calling now. Hold on. Where's he at? Hold on. You saw me. Me and my peoples. Who's this? Okay. Hold on. Please pick up the phone so I can just straighten this sucker out. Christians move different. That's why I respect that Christian stuff you be talking. Jesus don't lie like that. I'm good. You're not tricking me out my freedom. I got buildings I own. I got meetings. I'm cool. You're not tricking. I'm good. I'm living a good life. I won't let the lawyers handle you. That's what bosses do. You trying to make me resort back to some shit to get me in trouble. You bugging out. Super bugging out. Hold on. Make this right. Then mention, I like certain type of man. Then you're gonna say my boy Darrell only want to sleep with young girls and I sleep with older girls. Come on, man. You gotta move a little bit milly than that, brother. Move more milly than that. Where's that? Hold on. The people I want to call, they're gonna be like, yo, son, don't call me on that, son. You know, so I don't want nothing to do with that. But I gotta let real people talk to y'all because clearly a lot of people never been around real ones. And it's just sad that you've never been around real ones because the way you moving clearly shows that. Hold on.
You pled guilty. Everything for what happened in your case is public information. People who cooperate isn't public, and you wouldn't know what their plea agreement is. That's an absolute lie. Who's dude even posted it?
The dude is called E Black, and he posted it on his page. He put it.
Yeah, but who is he? Who is he?
He's nobody. He's from the Bay Area. He's nobody, and he used to be on my show. He's no longer on my show anymore. And then
I used to be cool.
No, I was never cool. I don't know him. This guy's online. I don't even know him. So that's why. But he used your sentence, and
I would just ignore that shit, man. Like the more you feed into it, the more you give it credit. I would just ignore the smoke.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense why you would play like that. You play with people's livelihood because you know I'm not in the streets. My friends and affiliation. You don't do that. You understand? I can't stand next.
There's no rules in that shit. People are doing whatever they want to do because everybody want to be famous.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, you ain't cooperating. You don't even need me to tell you that. Like that's like somebody taking what your public information is and giving their own narrative. I can't stop that.
Right. So no civil suit either. I can't get him on that.
Nah, I mean nobody's taking that civil suit. What's the damages? You don't even know if anybody paid this motherfucker any money. That's a fact. Well, thank you. I'm sorry to wake you up, Kenneth. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right.
That's my lawyer. That's the one that he. I'm still gonna try to sue him though. That's my lawyer. I'm sweating because I'm waking him up. He got a family and everything. He don't know, you know what I'm saying? But I just want him to, you know what I'm saying? With that being said, thank you. Beast Mode, you a sucker because you called me, you was putting cheese too, and he lied to you. The lady wasn't right. Brother Nimsey, thank you for saying that. Thank you. Now you heard from my man I did time with. You heard from my lawyer that was actually in the case. You heard from Nikki. So I'm going to listen to my legal advice and not pay you any mind. I'm not going to pay you mind. But for me, I'm going to say what I mean. Whoever's people's in... Remember, your people is never getting out. I'm blessed to see the sunlight. I'm blessed. Never going back again. You have a good day. I appreciate y'all. Let's start the show. Brother, your dad will come up here real quick if you can. Pass the link. That was my lawyer. Also, Taxstone's lawyer. Also, he was, what's his name? Smurda guy. Bobby Smurda at one point in the beginning of his case. It's a Brooklyn thing. Everybody want to be famous. That's what happens. Everybody want to be famous. That's why they get in trouble. No, don't sorry about the cheese, Beast Mode. You got to get off. You go to the block party too. You heard it from yourself. You want to go and believe him? Go and believe him. That's it. You out of here. That's a serious offense. My lawyer didn't even know I had him on there because I didn't want him to know that because he probably wouldn't say anything. So I try to play it off. And I just want you to realize that. And then if you're from Brooklyn, you know him. Kenneth Montgomery. Look him up. The best federal lawyer ever. Ever. I pay for my attorneys. What you put down on your house, I pay for my attorneys. This is a fact. Call them randomly. Shout out to Shara the Princess. Anybody up? We're going to talk about interracial marriages now. So those who don't care, who only care about the gossip, be gone. And continue to watch his page. I'm not paying attention to him no more because what he did was wicked. Wicked. And my page will always be better than yours. You would never see those numbers again if you're not talking about me. Never. I promise you. You would never see those numbers again. Any questions? Anybody got any more issues with me? You can look them up too if you want to. One of the best lawyers, federal lawyers, one of the best prosecuting lawyers ever. One of the best defense lawyers ever in New York City. Ever. Everybody knows him. If you're in Brooklyn, you outside, and you have your money right, and you outside, 9 out of 10 chances he was your lawyer or you had to deal with him. Kenneth Montgomery. Let's not play these games. Let's not play these games. So with that being said, let's get to the topic at hand. Shout out to TB. Where you at, brother? Talk to me. I'm going to start doing my shows earlier because I don't know. Get back. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on. Nikki, where you at? Hold on. This is what I'm saying. I'm not here talking, making up allegations and stuff like that. That's dangerous. I got lawyers to tell y'all stuff. I got dudes that was incarcerated 25 years. And then you got people that have family members that's doing that time have the nerve to play with someone's name like that. I don't care about no love is fair. You not like that. You not like that. Not. I walk out here comfortably by myself. Every time you see me, it's by myself. By myself. Don't play. Don't play. And what happens is when I say don't play, he said don't go, you can't do, nobody's going, we don't know the damage that you cause. But I'm going to tally it up. Some lawyer, he's a defense lawyer for the criminals, the drug dealers, the scammers, the rap celebrities. That's what he does. Very educated man, knows about all the freedom fighters. He's an amazing father and husband. But that guy right there, hold on, let me call somebody else. Hold on. Let me call somebody else. Hey, TB, what's up, baby?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Hear me? I can't hear you, brother.
Oh, man, I'm up in the mountains.
Okay.
Driving.
Okay. Oh, be safe out there. Drive safely, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm sorry that, I know you heard this and you had your time, when life wasn't always so bright and sunny. And the allegations that man made was certain things we don't accept. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I once went to war over that, bro.
I went to war over that.
My name means everything.
My name means, but it wasn't me. I told somebody it was that because we was in the feds. They didn't have we had a paperwork party and he didn't want to show his paperwork. So I said, if you don't show it, you know what you are.
Yeah.
And we went back and forth. You know what I'm saying? But he said it, allegedly being a civilian, saying that. And so what I did was called a person I was locked up with that did 20, then did 5 when he was with me. And I called my lawyer who's on the paperwork.
Right.
And I called him while he was sleeping because it wasn't planned. I'm saying, he doesn't even know, he didn't know he was being recorded. But he said, you heard him. If you know you didn't snitch, I know that, whatever. Don't mind that. Who is this guy, he said. Why does he want to be famous? You heard what my OG said. People get popped for that.
Yeah.
And we don't do that. And I told him, I don't do that. That's my OG. And he said, nah, I know. But these are the same guys that do stuff like that. And that's not cool. Because they know I got a lot to lose and I'm not going to throw it away for them. I would never throw it away for them.
Well, you do what you got to do. You're a law-abiding citizen now. So,
Absolutely.
You do go the legal route.
I am.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm going the legal route. I don't got no time for that. You crazy. He's in Texas. He doesn't want to do nothing. He can't do nothing. None of them. Chef, Victor, no.
Like, I don't even know these dudes. Like you know me, I'm new to all this, so I just been cracking up, laughing, listening to all this. You and Daryl, you both of y'all been going in on these dudes. So,
Right. And you have nothing to do with it. But I just want your insight because you usually give a lot of wisdom and you usually say things that go over people's heads. And you sometimes you say the truth. And where's the truth never favored? Come up if you can. But TV, you say the truth in a way that people get mad at you.
Yeah.
Because it hits them a certain way.
True. It's hard sometimes, bro.
You say
I don't
you say the truth about you and your wife, and it hurts people.
Right.
I'm serious.
I'm saying if they could have heard her laughing, listening to some of the females on here, they would have really been hurt.
Right.
They would have really been hurt. If they would have heard some of her comments, they would have really been hurt. But you know, I mean, it's the banner's good back and forth. Like I said, we have issues, black men and black women, that we really need to deal with, so we can move forward. But you can't save everybody. Everybody can't be saved.
You can't save everybody.
You can't save everybody.
You can't save everybody.
And that was my whole point. Like some people are just not good people. Some people just can't get along with other people, and that's just how it's gonna be.
Right.
You can wish and hope that one day you're gonna find that person, but it's not meant for everybody. It's just not meant for everybody.
Right.
You know what I mean? So don't take it too hard when I say it, but that's the truth.
Right.
It is what it is, bro. That goes for the best of them. There's been a lot of good people. My aunt was a damn good woman. She never found a good man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Everybody's not gonna find somebody, but that doesn't mean you get to spread lies and be bitter for no reason. You know what I mean? You just spreading lies and being bitter. Like I done seen like 2 other podcasts on here twist my words around and use it as a soundboard to make fun of. But you can't make fun of 20 years of success, bro.
You can't.
You can't make fun of 20 years.
I want to say thank you for that. You were incarcerated, came out, you live a successful life.
Yeah, I spent almost all my 20s in prison.
Right.
Listen to me. I got 3 felonies, 30 misdemeanors.
Wow.
How many dudes you know have had successful life after having that type of life in their 20s?
No, none.
And to me, to change my whole mindset and get out, I had to cut some friends off. I'm not lying.
Right.
I had to cut some people off that were bad for me. You know what I'm saying? So after I cut those people off, it was easy for me to wean myself off of the streets.
Right.
Took my black ass to jail, like my wife told. I took my black ass to work. I mean, like my wife told me to.
Right.
Since they like making fun of that.
They don't like that. They don't like that. But you know what's funny? You know what's funny is like, you know, I did my time.
Right.
You still want to put me behind the bars of accusation and guilt, right? They want a man with the same pigment melanin as me wants me to feel bad and to degrade my character and my name, even with the paperwork. You right? Even with credible people that validate. That was my lawyer.
But they just want you to fail, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with them not liking you.
And it's cool.
They just want you to fall on your face, and it's not going to happen. Like I said, your page, your thing is just getting started, and look where it is. You know what I'm saying? So right now they're doing the YouTube street beef thing that people do for views and for clicks and for likes, and that's all they're doing right now. They got nothing to stand on. Nobody knows them. Nobody respects them. You know what I mean? They got no knowledge of anything. What life experience that? I don't know who's who. So I was seeing Daryl show some women
I'm saying this. Brendan says, I'm trying to figure out what Chef had to do with E Black. He has a lot to do because Chef actually put up a thing first saying I was a snitch in regards to copyright claims, right? He used that word. They're in cahoots. So, but Chef has to be careful because you would think that he will have a little more empathy, particularly because his people and his family are going through same things. far worse than me. You understand what I'm saying? You
But
would think that,
I still think King, as a one black man talking to another, at some point you have to stop giving this energy. You know
yes,
what I'm saying?
yes, sir.
At some point, you're gonna have to stop giving us energy, bro.
Yes,
You need
sir.
to do whatever you need to do legally to protect your name. Because if your name means that much to you, you got to do what you got to do.
Yes, sir.
But at some point, you got to stop giving this energy because you're feeding him.
Yes,
By
sir.
you constantly giving this energy, you're constantly feeding him, which means, oh yeah, he's an answer me. So let me say something else, and then he's
Yes,
gonna
sir.
answer me. You know what I mean? But at some point, you just need to ignore it, cut it off, get back to the good content that you were doing, the content that brought me to your channel.
Yes,
You
sir.
understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
And
sir.
at some point, I need you to get back to that.
Yes, no, it's going to get back tonight. If we're going to get back tonight, I just want to answer that because that was a real serious allegation. I actually
Right,
wasn't
right.
going to say anything Monday at all, but that was really serious. So that's why I have my lawyer. Well, Darrell, what's good? Darrell,
What's good, family?
what's good, family? What's up, my lord? What's popping?
Man, it's been a long day.
It's been a long day. Did you hear the people I brought up?
I did hear a little bit of it. I heard one of the brethren that was talking. That was a lawyer, right?
That was the lawyer that was on
The document.
the sentencing minutes. That's what it's called. Sentencing minutes. Yes.
Yeah, I heard it, man. You know what we dealing with, bro, is a whole bunch of jealousy, a whole bunch of laziness. People really don't like us in these spaces, in my opinion, because they see we growing. They still mad the day that La Peef went down. They blame us for that, specifically myself, right? You know, with E Black, man, and Chef, it's just real disappointing because these are the same dudes that was talking about like they better men than Big Meech and Terry. But y'all not. Y'all have no loyalty, no real nigginess, no hustle in y'all, no nothing. How could you be better than people? How you better than people that got far more influence than you? You know what I'm saying? People that put other people on. I just don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? And then as far as Kid in my face, texting niggas behind my back, you kicking it with Rilla. You know what I'm saying? Telling Rilla, because all of it came out today.
It came out today.
So you telling Rilla stuff from the very beginning. You telling and Chef telling Rilla stuff from the very beginning. You know what I'm saying? To me, it's a whole bunch of goofy shit, man. A whole bunch of goofy shit. And I got tired of addressing it because these niggas really not worth the time. They talk about us. For one, I'm getting more subscribers. That's shout out to you. Thank you.
I'm
gonna be at 1,000 fucking with E Black soon. I'm gonna be at 1,000 fucking with him soon. So keep doing them. But you posting false information, and you won't post your wife on the stream once, and you won't post your deed to the house that you said that you paid $20K to live in. All of these numbers being thrown around. Just show the paperwork. How could you find?
He'll show my paperwork, right?
Right. I was about to say that.
He shows my paperwork and shows a piece of it and not show the whole thing. I thought he was gonna go through the whole thing.
This nigga done clipped your shit up, different videos and shit, but you can't even post your deed. That's all we ask you. Post your deed and post your wife. You done clip videos up and made a whole montage about King and shit and found 50 Cent pictures and shit. Why can't you post?
No, that wasn't him. That was Danique Anthony. That had to be him. And it's cool. Danique, it's cool. It's cool, brother. You was begging me to use your videos. I didn't know you. You sent me an email. You made a Ripple commercial. You and Over the Top. And Maricela didn't want to use y'all. I reached out to you personally. And you said, make sure that the monetization doesn't change you. It never changed me. You was fooled by homeboy. You was doing stuff with him. And then you're mean enough, you're really wicked enough to say I was that. Do you know the ramifications? You hate me so much. You don't even know me, but you hate me so much. Remember, I know how you look. I know what type of person you are, and you're miserable. You're a miserable person. So even though I did a year in jail, you would spend your whole life in prison. The prison of never being who you want to be. The prison of never amounting to anything. The prison of always trying to assist people because you could never hold down a spotlight by yourself. Do you understand that? Do you understand why that other guy too, he'll always be in the prison of trying to impress what he calls the cool crowd? You're doing all this to be cool with Lapeef and Anton and joke around with all those people or E40, and they laugh at you. They want to see me squirm and panic and stuff like that, but I can't squirm. Throughout this whole time, I was cool. I played my music, I danced, I made my phone calls. I made my phone calls to a person that was on my show that did time with me. 20 years. We take that seriously. Some people don't make it out of jail when they rap. Even though everybody does it nowadays, these young kids, but the old heads, and I'm part of the old heads, I'm 40, 42. That's not tolerated. Don't get it twisted. There's some tough rats out there that get busy. But that's not tolerated. Then I called my lawyer, the lawyer that you X'd out his name that's on the documents, Kenneth Montgomery. And he said, why are you paying mine to that? Don't give that energy. So this is the last time I talk about it to you. Just like my big bro, TB Trucking says, leave this alone. And contrary to proper belief, Lover Boy, that's only in the feds when they got major time because they don't care. They're not going home, so they're going to hurt you. But usually when they're doing 1 to 5 years, those guys are protected because if you hurt someone that cooperated, you get extra time. People don't tell you that. In prison, if you touch someone that is cooperating, that's known to be a rat, you are getting extra time. And in prison, you never go and tell people your story because they always got a year while they're in prison to get a lesser sentence by telling you. So when you go inside, you don't say too much because they could tell on you and come home. Why would you play like that with me? But it's okay. I don't want nothing to do with y'all. And karma is going to get you. Just like it got other people, your friends. Karma is going to get you. Because what happens is you don't really have that deed to your house. At least this young man put up there. So you say you said Darrell lived in the project. So what? He lived someplace. So fucking what? Are you paying for it? Everywhere Darrell lived, he's been paying for it, taking care of his father. You ever saw In Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith?
Oh yeah, no doubt. Definitely.
You know, I used to show that to my students. You know how real that is? Taking care of a kid by yourself as a man and trying to find your way through this world. And you saying you're a better father than us. I don't even have a child. How do you know that? You're really jealous of us, and that's not cool. It's not cool, man. And you know, like I said, go on, leave that up there, do what you want to do, say what you want to say. But real ones ain't going. If you had a real OG and you had none of them people you dealing with in Oakland or Bay or wherever you're from, you had a real one, they'd be like, yo, don't do that. Don't do that. You don't have a real one. And it's okay. Just make sure you stay in Texas and make sure you stay in Oakland. Just make sure you do that. Just make sure you take care of your wife and your kids and make sure you just leave me alone. And just make sure at the end of the day, you pray every day and you ask God for forgiveness. Because the way you moving is different. Anything I say about you is the truth. Everything. I'm not putting nobody's life in danger. I'm saying the truth to you. Everything. I never talked about your wife. I said he said she was ugly. I agree. It is what it is. It is what it is. I don't want no problems. And we're gonna see if you make it to the top. I hope what you're doing on YouTube is worth it. Because you know you would never get viewership like the way without me. You have to talk about me to get viewership. You have to. Because everybody wants to see the king go down. Why you think I get all those viewerships and I get no likes?
Bro, the real thing is, the one thing I learned about people who fuck with them is they have a cult following. When people say something to them, they believe it. They believe it. You know how many times people done came to me and said these words? King said this about you. And I say, let's do one of two things. Because really tried to pull that on me too. Kings, can you produce this? Are you gonna say this while this man is in the room? You're not. So let's shut the fuck up then. Because it's too much. They don't understand. Men, this is what I don't understand. They say men are supposed to react one way, women are supposed to react one way. Then when men act one way, we get, oh no, you're supposed to treat everybody the same. That's not, no, I'm not doing that. When we was on the car, right? When we was on the car, what he wanted to say was this. You fuck with King, you loyal to King. Why you ain't treat the KA show the same way? Why the fuck am I supposed to treat you how I treat the KA show? This is what these dudes do, bro. And it's crazy that they get women to buy into this shit. How much this nigga on the panel, this nigga backstage, and Osmosis in the chat. It's people who's on that call in the chat. Hold me accountable.
Tell him to come up. Tell Osmosis to come up, please.
Osmosis, drop the link for him. Osmosis, come up.
Osmosis, please come in real quick, please.
He literally said, he said, I didn't bring up Tawana, I didn't bring up Courtney. Say, bro, you literally did. I had to screenshot the message that we just had. And then once I brought other females into it, now you want to talk about what really happened. And that's the thing why it's hard for me to really fuck with these guys, bro, because I see the flaws. I've been calling the flaws out. And this nigga do the same thing Anton do. You do a whole bunch of whole shit offline, behind closed doors. You tell everybody how you really feel. Like when you was telling people on people on your camp that's part of my camp now. Mm-hmm. When they was telling these women, online, yeah, we cool, but as soon as you go offline, fuck this nigga, fuck this bitch, fuck this nigga, fuck this bitch. But I'm supposed to leave stuff that you say when you say you give a fuck about me and you fuck with me. You don't fuck with me.
Don't.
When you came over here, you know what I'm saying, Chicago River, the only thing he was doing was causing chaos. Chris, thank you, Chris. Chris was on the call as well.
Where's Chris? Can Chris come on? Can you come up one time, man?
You know what I'm saying? And
somebody come on, because I need my brother to be. Y'all don't think he's crazy.
It was so disgusting to me, bro, because the one thing I don't understand is we show paperwork. Every time somebody asks about something, I show paperwork.
All the time.
And the only thing I ask is if somebody want me to step a certain kind of way, can you prove it to me that it is happening?
You know what's crazy? You showed your lease yesterday, right?
I showed my fucking lease.
Let me tell you something. You showed your lease, but you didn't show the top part. You didn't show the side. You didn't show the bottom part, right? You didn't show the back. You showed
the numbers.
You showed the whole thing.
The whole thing.
You see what I'm saying? That's deadly when you don't show the whole thing. You feel me? That's deadly. Chicago, you know you're not allowed up here, man. You condone. You from Chicago, the vice lords and the GDs, and you let a man call me something that you know that's forbidden. You gonna say, well, you know what? That's not me. That's him. That's not me. All right. Okay. Well, go and take your story someplace else, clown. Go and take your story someplace else. Life is good over here, baby. Where's my top for this, though? That's all I'm saying is I'm really surprised. This is what I'm saying. I don't do that sucker shit. I don't do that sucker shit. You got me calling grown men just to validate my name. And nobody's really gonna see E Black shit. But when they Google, they might come on that and they're like, oh, you put my full name. You remember my name is a name for my family. That's a powerful name. And you trying to tarnish it. I'm able to walk through prisons, I'm able to walk through blocks, I'm able to walk anywhere with my head up high. Because I've been honorable my whole life. You're not gonna take that away from me. Because guess what? When I got in trouble with the feds and I went inside for stealing money from Columbia University, I was the only one out of everybody that graduated with a degree. You can't take that away from me. The same way when I walk through the streets and I walk through the prison yards, they can't take my honor away from me. Everywhere I go, I'm solidified. You still trying to get solidified on YouTube. There's no place, if you good in Brooklyn, you're good in Chicago, you're good in Detroit, you're good in El Paso, the hood is the hood. And most of y'all are not that. You're not that. You're not honorable. You're not honorable. One thing about us, people like TBE, Jarrell, I try to stay out the way. I only came on YouTube to get monetized. I didn't come here to be going back and forth with these people. Y'all a bunch of muddy pigs. Y'all two is muddy pigs. I don't want nothing to do with y'all. You obsessed with me. You starting to move like me, sound like me. It's just crazy. Like you trying to steal my style, but your whole style is chump. It's been chump. Then you on there calling Mr. Real Estate. You calling Mr. Real Estate. Who Marcus? You know Marcus Mel 304. Is that Marcus Rodriguez?
Marcus Rodriguez. Is it like some army niggas in a profile?
You know, army dudes like Marcus Mel 304.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of army dudes, like 3 or 4 army dudes, on the avatar. That's Marcus.
Right here.
That's Marcus.
All right. So
what up, guys?
What up? So, Mr. Real Estate, I'm glad you came up here, and I want you, when E Black talked about you and called you a pedophile, said you have open cases. This man's a family man. And then he switched it up. He said allegedly, right? But the day before, he said you did it.
I didn't even pay him no mind to know that he called me a pedo. But I would hope that he showed some receipts because that's a strong allegation to make.
No, he said you was a pedo.
That's crazy.
And then he said Darrell was a pedo today because he messed with young girls. He said I messed with old white girls, but the girl that he was talking about wasn't white. She was black. Brother Newsy could like if you Google the case up, everybody was black. They put that picture up. I don't know what they were black.
And now I understand why Daryl comes at these niggas so raw, so uncut, so unfiltered, because these are the childish games they play. My name is Michael Lane Jr. Y'all can Google me. Ain't nothing pedophile related gonna come up. I got a 2-year-old son. What you mean? And when Daryl told me that E Black was talking reckless, I went over there to peep game. And he's a small fry. Come on, I've been in YouTube for 30 days, and my views are shit on him. I can't beef with the little one. Come on, I can't show him no attention. What good would it be to make a video about E Black and lend some clout his way when he clout chasing by talking about Daryl, by talking about Mr. Real Estate, because he know we the new wave, and him and Rilla and all these Lapeef Network niggas, they is on a sinking ship.
Let me ask you a question, and try not to say his name. I don't tag him; he tags my name. When you put Kinghormeku on anybody, the people come out. So I just want to say, Mr. Lee, why do you think that he made you a target?
This is exactly what happened. I've been in YouTube for a little over 30 days. The main inspiration I had to start YouTube was I absorbed some of the lead attorney's content. And he was talking about how YouTube can be a business. And I'm a businessman. I've been selling real estate since I was 19. Now I'm in insurance. So when the lead attorney showed me how YouTube can be a business, I said, hold up. Last year, I increased my revenue in my insurance practice 200%. So I can get in this YouTube game and I can make some waves.
Absolutely.
So I started mingling with the normal circles, right?
No, hold on, you can make more money.
Yell at night. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you come here to get monetized and get money?
Exactly. I came here with a goal. This is a business. I'm gonna get my 4,000 watch hours. I'm gonna get my 1,000 subs. And then lo and behold, I learned about all this bullshit politics. And the first time I learned about the politics was I was on someone called Gas and World's panel. And somebody named Jonathan Barronville came up and he said some dumb shit. And I challenged him on it. And afterwards, guess what happened? I got hit up in my DMs. People hitting me up talking about, oh, yo, I know Jonathan was wild and you was right, Mr. Real Estate, but Jonathan's associated with so-and-so. Jonathan drops a lot of super chats on niggas' channels, so maybe you shouldn't go after Jonathan. So I thought, whatever, I paid no mind, I keep moving. I go on other people's panels and I keep coming across this dumb Negro and he keeps saying dumb shit. And one night I'm on the Anton Daniel show panel, Anton's not there, and some woman named Sherelle asked everybody what advice.
Wait. When you say Jonathan, you talk about the little brown skinned dude that be on Lapeef and stuff like that.
Jonathan Betaville, yeah.
The Haitian immigrant that is on a show called The Broken Dusty Show.
You talking about Jonathan, the one that
he wears turtlenecks.
Yeah, the one that when the page got taken down that day, he said King did it. King is behind it. That Jonathan.
That's the one. While I was on a panel with that Jonathan, a woman asked all the men, because all the men on the panel was supposed to be businessmen. She said, men, if y'all was advising an 18-year-old what to do with their life, what would you tell them? Everybody gave some pretty standard advice, go into tech, go into entrepreneurship, et cetera, et cetera. Jonathan Barronville's advice, including advising the 18-year-old to trick, i.e. buy prostitutes. And when people on the panel challenged him, he doubled
pushed
down
the hell
on
back
it.
on that. I pushed back on that so bad.
That shit was funny, man.
Marcus was present. We all pushed back on it, and this man doubled down. And still, I said, you know what? I'm gonna let bygones be bygones, whatever. And then it wasn't until I saw him disrespect a black woman to her face. I'm up on a panel with her. We talking about being a single parent and yada, yada, yada. Jonathan Barronville's slick ass is going to put in the comment section, do you think your husband left you because of your weight? I immediately checked this nigga again. Every time I hear him say some dumb shit, I check this nigga. But this time I said, hold up, this is enough. I'm going to do a reaction video. So I did a reaction video of him giving the advice to a teenager to trick. And during that reaction video, Anton Daniels came in the chat, threatened me to get onto my show. He said, I need to let him up on the panel now or he's going to flag my channel. I'm using his video without permission. Then later on when he gets on the show, I literally just dropped a 10-minute video about our interaction. This man acted like a fucking buffoon. First, he tried to say that I was being disingenuous. I know that I should have got his written permission. It's common courtesy. I tell him, listen, Anton, I go by YouTube fair use guidelines. Fair use don't say nothing about getting somebody's written permission. And then he goes on to say how Jonathan Barronville's his boy. He thinks I'm being disingenuous. I say, Anton, hold up. We here to react to what your man said. Your man's telling teenagers to buy hoes. Do you want to talk about that? And as soon as he got some pushback and he saw I wasn't a fucking Anton Daniels cult follower, he ran away from my show. Then Jonathan Barronville comes up. He has a chance to defend his statements. He has a chance to clarify. He won't even tell us what his definition of tricking is, when we all know tricking means buying prostitutes. Then
Can I say something, King? After Mr. Real Estate?
All right.
Yeah. And then he tells me I'm being disingenuous. I need to change my video title because the title of my video was Jonathan Barronville says teens should buy prostitutes. And he's telling me that I'm being disingenuous because that's not what he said verbatim. Verbatim, he said teens should trick. But in real time, I shared my screen and looked up the definition of tricking, and it says a prostitute's customer. So again, words matter. So he tells me, listen, Mr. Real Estate, I refuse to tell you my definition of tricking until you change the title of your video. So I play devil's advocate and I checkmate this dumb Haitian Negro. And I say, okay, Jonathan Barronville, I'm ready to change the title. What should I change the title to? What's the quote? And he couldn't say. He said, well, maybe you should say that I said young teens should trick, but that's kind of not what I said. So basically, I embarrassed him. I embarrassed Anton. And ever since then, I got doxxed. They've been trying to share information about Mr. Real Estate, send people emails here, send people's emails there. Because this new YouTuber, barely 30 days in, made a reaction video. They came on, tried to punk me. I sent them packing for the world to see. And their egos couldn't handle it.
Wow. Mr. Marcus Rodriguez?
Yes, sir. So my point when Betaville said that, I said, how many 18, 19-year-olds you know that are still struggling or, making ends meet or have a minimum wage job or going to college. They don't got the money or the time. They got to stick to their purpose. I wasn't trying to give my advice to anybody. I was telling anybody what to do. If you want to go and pay for, a good time, that's going to be on you, right? You can do whatever you want. But if you're a young 18, 19-year-old, you sure you're going to have that time? You sure you should be focusing on that? First of all, you should be focusing on establishing yourself, if anything. I know we all got families. We might have kids. We might have parents we might have to look out for and take care of. So that's your first purpose. Now, hey, man, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I know for a fact when I was 18, 19-year-old, I was not focusing on trying to pay and trick off to a hooker or a prostitute. That's not what I was trying to do. Damn. I was trying to look out for my fam. I was trying to help out my parents, immigrants that, they needed help. My dad had his own company, but he was still struggling. And I went and got a job. Then when I went to the military, I was just helping him out as much as I could. Hey, you can go hit up a girl in the college library. Go hit her up at the mall. You'll find a girl there. You don't have to trick and pay the hooker. But hey, if you want to cut to the point, fine. But hey, at the same time, you got purpose you got to focus on.
So Jonathan Barronville is Anton. So how did that relate to Mr. Real Estate? How did that relate to how did you get on that guy's radar if you had issue with Jonathan?
I had issue with Jonathan, so I do a reaction video on Jonathan. Jonathan apparently told Anton about it, and since my encounter with Jonathan, where Jonathan told teens to trick, it happened on the Anton Daniels show. If you're familiar with the Anton Daniels show, I'm not that familiar, but apparently Anton does a stream where he'll have a title and a thumbnail, and it'll be about that stream for the first 3 hours. And then after that, it's a free for all. A bunch of random people talking about a bunch of random shit. And it was during this time that Jonathan gave the advice. So I guess Anton came onto my show to check me because he said that I should have got his permission to use that part of the stream to react to, even though I was following fair use and I was reacting to a conversation I had on his show. So it was just stupid. He came up to try to punk.
Why did E-Black get involved? Why did E-Black pull you into this?
Because apparently E-Black's there. Boy, I don't know. I ain't never known of E-Black, talked about E-Black. I don't know. Apparently he's associated, so he want to ride with him. I don't know.
Right, because it seemed like he pulled you out of nowhere.
He did. The first time I heard about E-Black was 2 days ago. I was up on Daryl's show, and Daryl was telling me something about he had beef with someone named E-Black, and I think he had a picture of his wife pulled up or something, and I was laughing about what Daryl was telling me about.
Why were you laughing at his wife?
I wasn't specifically laughing at his wife. I was laughing at the situation, and I believe the situation was around the fact that E-Black was also doxing Daryl and trying to spread information and talk about his female. And so I believe Daryl showed me a picture of Daryl's ex-female and then showed me a picture of E-Black's wife to compare.
What do you think about E-Black's wife aesthetically?
I think she's a very unattractive woman, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. That's neither here nor there.
That's you're a gentleman. I like that. Thank you.
And also it's the same thing with Anton Daniels' wife. And listen to me here. Women get triggered a lot when Daryl or when I will say something about maybe an Anton Daniels' wife, but you don't understand the game we playing. When you put your woman out on Front Street in your videos and say that she's the hottest thing and she's a snack, and you proposition yourself like you're keeping up with the Kardashians and she's Kim Kardashian, well, goddamn, your queen can get damaged on the chessboard. So I don't understand why some people think in their camp they can talk about people's cases, their families, lie and say people pedos, whoop-de-whoop-whoop, but when we point out some critical thought on their end, oh, the whole world comes loose.
Why does that man think he's on Anton's level? Why does he think he's on Mr. Real Estate's level? Why does he think he's on Darrell's level? Why does he think he's on Marcus Rodriguez's level? Why does he think he's on my level? Why?
I know for a fact that E-Black think that Anton fuck with him. I know for a fact that Anton called people saying fuck E-Black, you a goofy, you a drunk, he a beta, he a simp. He do not fuck with that nigga. I'm telling you 1,000%. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact. Rilla fuck with, E40 fuck with him, but Anton do not fuck with that nigga. And that's how, and just for one example, how I know, When E Black and me first did our squash video, Anton showed up. I'm talking about E Black wife, same I'm talking about Anton wife. E Black bring up, you talking about Sharita Daniels. Anton never defended E Black once in that video. He said, "Oh, cool, y'all about to hash it out? I'm out of here." And he dipped. That's a fact. I wish I had downloaded that for the channel went down before. But at the end of the day, Anton did not defend E Black while they was in the same space. He don't fuck with that nigga, dog. That's a fact.
So not to drill on this, and I could care less. And I know y'all could care less about these guys anyway.
No, talk about it, bro.
Okay. It's just a little bit surprising to me that he would dedicate his show to us, right? His channel to us. And it's funny because he said he would never, when he left, he said, remember the stuff he used to put up and take down? He used to be like, yo, I'm never going to do topics or stuff like them, and I'm not going to talk about them. And now all of a sudden he has so much heart. He's being, you could tell it's not just him, it's a group of them that's backing him up.
No, in fact, bro, I got a video. I mean, I'm probably gonna play it on my channel tonight. I got a video of him apologizing when all the shit was happening. I'm sorry, guys, God, and then he deleted the shit.
Right. This is what I'm trying to tell you. He does this and he goes back. He really has mental health issues, and it's cool. It's cool. I just wish him well. Like you like listen. I don't know if y'all watched the whole thing. You heard my lawyer. Hold on, you heard my lawyer, right? And this guy.
My God, Kickstarters, Monsters Inc. Thanks for the free tickets.
Yeah, anyway, you heard my lawyer, right? And you heard my man I was locked up with. I don't know what more do they want. Every time they say something, I bring hard facts. He put a paperwork up there, and I put the same paperwork without any deletion on my community tab. I had the lawyer that was on there actually speak. So I don't know, Mr. Real Estate, TB, Marcus Rodriguez, y'all seem like intelligent people. Do you think what I did was sufficient enough to realize this guy, what he's doing is not credible? I don't know.
Hold on. So first of all, Mr. Real Estate is new here. I'm still learning the plays of the game. I'm still new to Conversations with King.
Okay.
Daryl told me about you maybe a few days ago. And so I started peeping out your channel. I like your content. I like the way you move. So to randomly see you pop up in that meeting with an attorney on the phone, Mr. Real Estate loves showing receipts, but you was the godfather at showing receipts. You let these niggas know what time it is. God, you put the fear of God in these niggas. They had an attorney on the phone telling them this way.
Hold on, can you give a recap of what happened behind the scenes? A lot of people don't know what happened behind the scenes.
Okay, I want to say this too, Mr. Real Estate. He was there when Rilla, when y'all was going off. He was going back and forth, interrupted you. When King put the lawyer on the phone, he didn't interrupt once. He shut the fuck up.
He shut his ass up. He was all ears. And so for everybody who's not privy, there was a behind-the-scenes discussion between Rilla, Lucky, Daryl, Conversations with King, a few other parties, and I was also present there. And Conversations with King came on the line with an attorney. Apparently, it's the same attorney that's dealt with similar matters within this realm of content creation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this attorney told Rilla straight up, what you're doing has legal ramifications. Not only is it silly, not only is it childish and immature, but there are laws, processes, and procedures protecting people from defamation, protecting people from things like this. And when that lawyer was talking, Rilla was silent.
And the funny thing is, he went back and told him, because he mentioned that on his show, like, now you went from gangster to getting a lawyer, and still went on. That's why he made it clear. He said, I have the right to say what I want about public information, right? But he has to show the whole thing. So what I did was brought the lawyer, my lawyer, that he said and misquoted, up to date. Remember, he's a criminal lawyer. The person that was on the back channel is also criminal, but also has a knowledge about what's going on in regards to intellectual property or YouTube. My lawyer is a criminal lawyer, the one that I just heard, Kenneth Montgomery, So when I asked him, can I sue? He said, what's the damages? You know, you're really not gonna, because he goes at the big doors. He does people, what's his name? One of the, you can go and watch his show too. It's called Brooklyn Combine. I don't know if you're familiar. His name is Peter Rollock. Peter Rollock was the founder and the founder and the godfather of Sex, Money, Murder, Bloodshed in New York. Who's in the ADX? The ADX is like the highest you can go in the feds, where they bury you on the ground. You only have 1 hour, and everybody's in solitaire. You only have 1 hour to just walk around your cell, and you go back into the room. That's where he was at. The whole thing is glass. Look it up. Now, so now he talks to Peter Rollock's father. Actually works for him in regards to cases and helps other people get out the life of gangs. And he deals with the biggest drug dealers. He represents the biggest drug dealers. So he deals with criminal stuff. He's one of the best federal defense attorneys ever. And he doesn't want me to even pursue civil. But the other person, the other lawyer, who's an amazing lawyer, she clearly knows there's a case here. So me, being a guy I am, I will be seeking legal representation for this. It's a business. Mr. Real Estate, when I first got here, I said, I care about getting monetized. I'm not here to make friends. And now, and then you have people like those two guys that are mad at me because they told me they helped me build my channel. So Mr. Real Estate, I'm not sure if you're familiar with affordable housing or affordable real estate development. But as you know, you have developers, and the way most developers don't want to build in the hood because they know people can't afford the rent that they need to be sustainable. What the government does is encourage real estate developers to do affordable housing by giving them tax credits. They monetize these tax credits in order to get money and pay whatever. And also they go in partnership with local nonprofits because it gives them tax breaks. But here's the correlation. If KWK, Conversation with King, is a building, and I'm a developer, and I have an electrician and I have a carpenter, and there's a chef and the other guy, when the building is completed, the developer owns it. I didn't lay a brick down, but I own it. Am I right or wrong, Mr. Real Estate?
You're 100% correct.
It's
also very similar to how a film producer or a music producer or a producer of any kind is not necessarily the person laying the bricks or laying the tracks, but it's the one who organized it on a macro level and got the dream to a reality. So you are totally correct.
Shout out Osmosis.
Shout out Osmosis. So check this out. With that being said, there was a lot of gripes and they were hurt, and it is cool. They could never be a part of KWK, and they have their own page, and I hope they win, right? I'm lying. I hope they don't win. I hope everything about them loses, and I hope everything that's terrible in their life continues to be terrible. Everything. And I hope one day you wake up and realize what you did. And I hope that you realize you will never be better than me. Because when I cut off this computer, I live the life that you want. You always talking about I'm tricking on girls, spending $20,000 on this. You don't have $20,000 to spend on girls. You always talk about, oh, he has this role. Why are you watching it? Your idol, Antoine, finally got the watch I got on. He finally got it. You understand what I'm saying?
Conversations with King, if you can correct me on something, brother. I'm new to your channel, but I feel like when you got that watch, you didn't go on a PR spree and make 10 different videos about your new presidential watch like this middle-aged midlife crisis having ass Anton Daniels is doing with his presidential he finally got.
No, because I was wearing this on the piece. I got this watch when I came home. When I came home from prison, I got this watch. I got it on my 40th birthday. I got the 40mm presidential watch, date Rolex on my 40th birthday.
You sure you don't got no Patreon, King?
No, I didn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, we gotta be real about this situation. You feel me? Like, stop doing that. They gotta stop playing around. Now, Osmosis, I saw you behind stage. during that private conversation, and I saw you smirk a couple of times, and I saw you laugh a couple of times, and I want you to give, if you can, give us a verbal backdrop of what was taking place, because you were laughing because you saw the seriousness in the room when I brought the lawyer in. Everybody got a little bit. It's like, oh, hold on, and you saw, and I saw his smirk, the same smirk he's giving now, and the person that was talking crazy, Foley, was saying crazy stuff on there until I said, you know, you're just as liable. Now he might squirm his way out, you know what I mean, and say, yo, I had nothing to do with it. But we saw what E did. So you see, what happens is, I said, if E40 was a real friend, he wouldn't tell his friend not to play like that.
Yeah.
You would tell your friend not to play like that. Because I don't know if you watched the whole show, Osmosis. First of all, I love your setting, by the way. I don't know if you watched your show today. But not only did I bring another lawyer, but that lawyer was actually on the documents that
yeah, I was in the chat. I was just listening.
Yeah, EWAC put up. He was actually in the documents. And then I had my man I was locked up with. I wanted to show you who he is, but if you go on one of my shows, he's diesel. Yeah. Did 20 years. And I remember when I first met him, I told him, like, yo, can you teach me how to play chess? He said, I'm a street dude. I'm not teaching you nothing. That was our first encounter. I said, all right. And we became.
Well, I'll say this, King. I was laughing because before you got in the back chat with us, in, the private conversation, I tried to establish, is this a thing, or is this content, or is it real? I was trying to establish that earlier, and they were making it seem like it was real. So I was like, all right, I guess it's a real thing. Right. So when you came up and brought the lawyer, I was laughing because, you brought a real thing. Like, you didn't just say it's a real thing. So that put proof to product that, all right, it's in the real world now. So once you established the lawyer was coming in the real world, the tones kind of changed. So I was laughing because it exposed to me that it's not a real thing. If it's just a YouTube or content going back and forth, then let that be known. But they were, the person was making it seem like it was bigger than that. And then as soon as you made it bigger than that, the tones changed. They didn't want it to be bigger than that. That's why I was kind of laughing about it, because, what I'm saying? I'm cool with it. I'm cool with Daryl, in the back and forth. But I said, let's just, Daryl, I don't know if y'all remember earlier. I don't think Mr. Real Estate was there at the time, but I just said, hey, let's just preference this conversation. Are we looking for a resolution, or is this a serious thing? Or are we just here to, like, what are we here for? And we established, like, it's real smoke.
All's fair in love and war.
No, hold on. I want to make sure it's not real smoke with me, because I don't want no legal issues. I'm on probation, but I just want you to know, the same energy that you've seen from these guys, they didn't have it before. Mm-hmm. When they first started, they weren't like this, right? Also, you got to be very careful with these people. If you notice, this is the most. If you look at all his stuff, this is the most he will ever get. He doesn't get views like this. He's still Darrell. He's still the pre-show. He's still my pre-show. He said, why you go after me? Because you're still my pre-show. You will always be my pre-show. Why you think I get all your people come right to my page? You're my pre-show. So every time you do a show, I'm going to do it after you. You're my pre-show.
Basically, you're the main event, and then the prelims.
I did call him earlier to say, yo, I wonder why he did that. Like, why would you do that? And it's not true. Do you want the entire document? I could give you the entire document if you need it. But what made him still go ahead of it, knowing the legal ramifications? Is he that desperate? And you heard my lawyer, when my lawyer said people just want to be what?
They just want to be seen. They just want to be heard, man.
They want to be heard.
Man, he sounds desperate, like a street stroller.
Are you referring to E-Black or Rilla?
Both of them.
Yeah, I don't really count E40 because E40. You know what? That's fine. I might call him E40. I might call the skinny one E20. because they're from the Bay Area. So E40, which is Gorilla, and E20, which is E Black. But E40 he wanted vengeance. I didn't let him up during the whole one camp thing. He got mad. That gets him so mad when he can't speak in front of people. If everyone get E40 mad, they'll don't let him up. He hates
Hey, Osmosis saw that. He wanted to go live with my shit so
Bro.
bad.
Right.
He was
Why y'all
begging.
call him
Literally,
E40?
Osmosis,
Y'all gotta
he
call him
was
Broke Black.
Yo, you know
Broke
what?
Black.
We give him the same excuse that what he gave TLA. Yo, that got nothing to do with me, fam. You know what side I'm on. That got nothing to do with me, fam.
Daryl was, it's funny because
Yeah,
Daryl was going.
TLA switched
Daryl
up though. TLA switched up.
Yeah, Daryl was doing his show, but yeah, the back chat was pretty crazy because there was he was upset that Daryl wouldn't pull him up.
Right.
So Daryl was still conducting the show as he was doing, but the
Right.
back chat, him and Rilla were going, mainly just Rilla, but they were going back and forth.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all guys. I can't front. I watched the show. Y'all really do have a good chemistry. Y'all really do have a good chemistry in regards to get a point. I think I'm not gonna lie. I love the live reaction y'all did with Ice Cube and stuff like that. That shit is fire. Like I think y'all should do. I think y'all like I always call him the king of reactions, but I think y'all all together doing reactions. That's fire. And it's a long time. It goes for a while, but it's really entertaining. It gets you through the day. So I don't know if you know how this works. A lot of truckers listen to us because they're driving and need something to keep them up. But yours is in the daytime. A lot of people are working and they have y'all audio, right? While they're working, and you get them through the day. And that's dope. So I hope y'all continue, whatever it's called, whatever show is called. I know it's on Uncut with Daryl Long. Continue that. That shit is fly. And I think that's giving you the subscribers. I don't really think it's him. I think the fact that you feed the machine every day, Daryl, that's what gets you the subscribers. Because the algorithm goes up. People watch my show because they're like, yo, my timeline brought me to your show. And that's the trick. You have to continue to feed the monster called YouTube, and you're gonna get more subscribers. And I just think y'all got good chemistry. I think that's working to their favor too. What's not working to their favor is Chef is not producing as much, because Chef is really feeling it. Because Chef takes things to heart. I don't know Chef, but I know of him. And
Chef Chiapette.
He wants to have a flawless presentation. And the things I said to him were very, very hurtful, and it was supposed to be. But right now, E20 is fighting for his dear life, so he's keeping the algorithms going on. He doesn't know what the fuck is going on. But let me give you our secret. E40, you never saw your subscribers because and I know you're buying them. You see, one time me and Chef, tell me if I'm lying. You can put me in a polygraph test. You talk about this polygraph test. You called me one time because it was getting close to you going back to work. And you say, damn, I got to get monetized. You said, Mo, I got the 4,000 hours. That's nothing, right? Because we should do long streams, and it helps you get the hours. But he needed subscribers, so he was going to buy it. And I talked him out of it. I said, don't do that. Don't do that. And he didn't do that. So I can't front. Chef is organic. But that man, E Black, never shows his numbers. Never shows his numbers. Because
Neither
you can't.
does Anton Daniels.
Huh?
Neither does Anton Daniels, coincidentally.
Right. They don't show their numbers because at the end of the day, it keeps the illusion. But Anton does he got numbers, but not as much as you think. But he got numbers. Not going to take that away from him.
He got numbers, but I don't think it's the numbers you should have from being on YouTube for 9+ years.
There's people that have been on YouTube for 9+ years and they're not that good, but he should have those numbers. He's making money, man, because what happens is he's collecting checks from several channels, and his Cash App and his Patreons. He's making money, son. I can't even front, but. He's never going to be the Kevins. He's never going to be the big dogs. He can't.
So you think he's hiding his numbers just purely because of ego?
I think he's hiding his numbers because it doesn't matter. What's the difference between 20,000 and 100,000, right? Like it doesn't really matter, right? Because it's like you can't show that off when you stand next to a TLA. or you stand next to a Kevin. That's his method.
That's what I'm saying. It might be ego. I mean, if you got 20, 50, 60,000 subs,
Right.
and you feel like your peers have 150, a million or
And you
something,
think you better, yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. I just know that he is making money, he's taking care of his family with that. But what I don't respect is the fact that as much as he is a person that is combative and loves competition, when he realized that he can't handle the heat, he finds a way to bow out disrespectfully, and then he sends his minions at you. So that's cool. He did it with me. When we had an argument, I asked him, what were your wife's options? And then he thought I was calling his wife ugly, but I was saying that, growing up in Detroit, what were her options? And the whole thing I was trying to talk about was the paradigm or the paradox of choice, which is when you have too many options, you don't make the best choice at all.
Oh, he got triggers, is what you're saying.
I don't know what happened, but me and him started, I respect his hustle, but he knows he's not a good person. And he knows the competition. Like I said, his dream watch is my everyday watch. I just want you to realize that. I want you to realize that.
Say it again for the people in the back. Goddamn.
His dream watch is my everyday watch. Literally. If I was playing basketball, I wouldn't take this off. You get what I'm saying? If I was playing ball, I wouldn't take this off.
My thing with most of the people from that side is, there's a lot of shaming about the subscribers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I like that name for y'all. Y'all know this guy? I like that name. Shout out to the usual suspects in the chat. That's a dope name. That's a dope name. The usual suspects. That's a dope name for y'all, man.
Yeah, I like that.
I like that a lot. I ain't go front. We trying to play y'all, but that's actually a dope ass name. That's
I like
a dope name for y'all group, man. Ain't go front. All right, go. I'm sorry, boss.
Oh, no. I'm just there because there's just a lot of talk still about the subscribers and niggas not eating and stuff like that. So I'm still wondering why. Like I said, I found Mr. Real Estate's channel, I think because Daryl was restreaming them, and I'm just wondering, like, if niggas are so irrelevant and the subscribers are so low, and after the conversation we had, in the back chat today, it's obvious to me that there's a lot more, like, niggas are a lot more pressed than they want to admit.
No, but they have the right to, I'm fair. They're my enemies, but I'm fair because I stand on the truth. So let me say something about y'all that's a good thing and a bad thing. Y'all might not have the subscribers that they have. You might not get the views that they have. But it's clear y'all have the it factor. And you having the it factor and you having content with them, like Mr. Real Estate and other content. I remember you was on my show before Osmosis. Content is content. Content is basically reserves. And all you need is that one viral moment, and everybody's gonna go back to the old content, and that's gonna start making money for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And because you have the it factor, at any given moment, you could catch a viral moment. And that's dangerous for them. Remember, the reason why E40 is mad at me, Chicago, if you watch the show that he came, I told him you would never have your own show. Has he had his own show yet, D?
No, man. No, he has not.
I said you would never have your own show because you don't have the it factor. That crushed him. That's something you can't buy. You can buy all the equipment. Look, I have a $20 HD 1040p, and this is my iPhone has a better camera than what I'm using right now. And I have made in the last 2 months $4,000, which is not a lot of money, but that's for a $20 webcam. And I got monetized in 5 weeks. Literally, this is my witness. I got monetized in 5 weeks. October 5th, and I got monetized in November, I believe, 14th. This is a fact, documented, because of the it factor. You got people like E Black that has $40,000 in equipment and doesn't know what's going on.
Call it broke black.
Yeah, so what happens is y'all have an it factor. So this is why you're relevant. Out of everybody I see on this panel right now, if you go, no disrespect to people that go to the Peace Network that do that, you know that I think Anton does it. That they do all night. They stay up all night. There's a whole bunch of people that come up all night. What's this called?
Like after the fact, yeah.
Yeah, and what's that girl name? She used to be on our channels. What's her name again? Starts with a B. Bev. She runs the moderator. She runs the people to come in. What's her name again?
Brittany something.
What? Brittany B.
Brittany B.
Brittany, I love Brittany B. I'm sorry, Brittany. I'm sorry I forgot your name. I'm stressed today. A little bit stressed because I had to call my lawyer. I'm sorry. Brittany B. We love her. But if you watch everybody on their show and you compare them to y'all, come on. Are you serious? Y'all four could single-handedly smoke everybody on that show. And I'm not trying to disrespect them. I don't know them like that. You got a few of them I do like. You got a few of them I see it, but they can't fuck with y'all. So you gotta understand when you can't get mad at Anton because his job is to make sure you come under his pyramid scheme. The more dead bodies, the more he rises to the top. The more people that submit to him and say that he is Anton, he is king, he becomes more powerful. And you guys are not doing that. So if you're not for him, you're against him. And that's simple. You can't get mad at somebody like that. Like, that's just the game. I'm not for Anton, so he's against me. I'm not for E40, so he's against me. I'm not for E20, so he's against me. So I get it. But the only thing is I ask for is don't play with dangerous things like that. Don't. Because if I do it to you, you're gonna feel a certain way. There's no bounce. There's no coming back from this. When he did, it can't. And that shows me he did a kamikaze mission. He did this to impress those people or E40. He did this to impress somebody that doesn't want to be seen with him. He did this to a person that called him a drunk, and he came on my show. He said I asked him to be on my show. Never in my life. I wish Chef would tell the truth. I wish Chef would tell the truth about that. But you don't have to, Chef. Because I want to ask you a question, Chef. Is your wife taller than you? Chef, is your wife taller than you? I want to know, Chef. I put your name on Facebook and looked at the photos. Is your wife taller than you? That's a real question.
This making me think like Rita taller than Anton. Someone said that man 5'7" the other day.
And that's a fact. That's why I call him the light-skinned Anton. But at the end of the day, why don't we have jokes like that? When he said, "Oh, he can't say woman," that was funny. Keep it on a joke. Keep it on a jokey joke shit. But when you start doing that, you know who E20 is? He's that guy when you say a joke, he's not funny, so he wants to fight. That's who he is. He took his soul to the left. You feel me? Like, yo, your wife look like LeBron James. Oh, word? I'm gonna kill you. Huh? What are you talking about? Why you went there for? I get it. You're not funny. But guess what? The question of the day is, Chef, is your wife taller than you? Without her heels. That's it. That's it. We're gonna keep it jokey joke. But anyway, y'all go on, man. Y'all do your thing. I like your show.
It's the way you present it's the way you present the joke.
Why? What happened?
That nigga hit that lean. Chef.
Say that again. You see osmosis?
So it's the way you present the joke. Let me ask you something, Chef.
Let me get a step ladder. Let me get a step ladder, Chef.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, he got offended with the options thing. See, people were there. They saw it. They said this thing, Anton played himself get offended at King. What options did she have? King was going at a different direction, but that's how you know real logic. I was killing him. But it made me who I am. And and they know this. I spent a whole month saying I won't buy equipment, I won't do anything to prove to you that it's about content. I'm gonna get equipment, but I had to prove to them it's about content. It's not about the equipment. It's about content.
That's a fact, bro. And one thing I want to say too about that day when you was talking to him, it was people in the chat that was saying, well, he was derailing the conversation. That's a cult over there. When he was calling Hannibal Buttercup, that did not add to the conversation at all. The niggas was in the chat saying Buttercup. People was laughing at it afterwards and shit. And then when you ask that, people are now he being offensive. And I always say this: if his wife looked like Six the Goddess or Megan Thee Stallion or something like that, that question would have been rhetorical.
Right.
Everybody would have been like, "Come on, nigga, are you kidding me?"
Right.
But because she looked like what she looked like, that's why he was really in his feelings. Because now it's embarrassing. Because then people like Marcus, TBE, Mr. Real Estate, Osmosis, everybody gonna look it up. I wonder what options did she have? And then they eyes gonna tell them
I
the
was
truth.
like, my God.
Well, when you find out this nigga
Yeah,
bought
but
her
I don't talk
before they
about
was
and I
even
can't
dating, shit.
say again, Mr. Real Estate.
Well, no, and again, when I do my smoke shows, Who Watches the Watchmen, I actually do the receipt. So right now, I'm getting people sending me clips from Anton Daniels going back 6 years, and apparently this man bought her a car before they was even together. So when you ask the question, what options did she have? Not only did she have limited options, but when your limited option is buying you a whip, and y'all ain't even together, of course he gonna seem like the best bet.
I mean, like I said, I don't like talking about his wife, and I want to talk about his wife. I just asked that question because I was trying to prove to him, she probably wouldn't have chose him if she was out someplace else, right? And that's what my whole thing was. I wasn't dissing her, but I want. It was actually more towards him. Like, you probably the only thing she knew of. You feel me? But it's cool now. The man is taking care of his family with YouTube. That's kind of dope. You gotta respect that. But what I don't respect is that you got people on here that came from your thing that did you dirty, and they come on my show. I try to help them out, and they do me dirty. But it's okay because the truth comes to light. Not one of them has been monetized yet. Everybody in the world has been monetized, but those guys. Let's give an example. Isn't Uncle Ruckus monetized? Uncle, what's his name? What's his name?
Uncle Stu.
Uncle Stu.
Oh, no, okay. I said Ruckus. I'm sorry. Uncle Stu. Is he monetized? Yeah, right?
I think he is. I'm not sure no more.
Yeah, I think he's monetized. And I think he's monetized. But is Chef monetized?
Yeah, Uncle Stu's monetized.
Yeah, is Chef monetized?
Nah, I think he had 230, 300 something subs.
Chef?
Hold on, let me see.
No, Chef has like 487.
Yeah, Chef's got like almost 500.
No, he's like 43.
How long has Chef been doing this for?
He's been doing it literally 2 weeks or a week after mine, but he had a page before we even met, and that page was a dud.
And how long have you been doing it for?
I did it. I started his page October 5th.
Okay, for sure.
I started this page October 5th.
I got monetized in 5 weeks, my nigga. Goddamn.
I was doing the show. We always do the show. We came in like y'all. The way y'all came in, the Four Horsemen came the way y'all came in. Every day for 30 days, and I got monetized. Literally. So y'all got the same formula, and y'all gonna be better because y'all ain't gonna be making the same mistakes I made. So that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering why they didn't get monetized. I'm wondering why E40 didn't get monetized. I wonder why me and Darrell were the only people that were monetized during the cold KWK month. We were the only people monetized out of us. The only people. You know why? Because we have the it factor. One thing that Willie said to me, not Willie, Darrell said to me, he said, "Yo, King, nobody wants to be a chef. Nobody wants to be E Black. So why would you subscribe to them?" You know what the word subscribe means? To subscribe to something, to adhere to something, to oppose something, to participate within something. Nobody wants to be them. Nobody wants to be associated with them. It was only me and Darrell that got monetized. And then they took Darrell page down. It's the day after he got monetized. Literally. This is a fact. Then he had another page. They took it. And now this is like his third thing. Now he got 600. How many times you going to try to take him down before he gets, like, this is sick. This is sick. But yet nobody wants to answer my question. Chef, is your wife taller than you? You see, this is how you roast people. Not the shit you make lies and shit like that. That shit is crazy. You roast people by asking critical questions. Like, do you think we're stupid? Do you not know that I said, why haven't you married a woman you've been with for 10 years? And you came back and said you proposed to her 2 months ago? That's not marriage, Seth. You can't put on your taxes proposed. There's no tax credits or benefits for proposal. If you get sick in the hospital and she comes to see you, security might tackle her because she's not your wife. But you keep on alluding to the question I'm asking, which is your wife taller than you? And I only ask this question because I want to know if you have a Napoleon complex. You have this megalomaniac stance about you that I don't really dig. Where you are beyond reproach. Remember, you are beyond reproach because you're 50 years old. This is your year, Chef. To be 50 and to be 5 feet. This is your year. 5050. This is not good, brother. You got this man acting like fucking Bishop and Juice. He's gonna get you killed. He's gonna get you killed like on YouTube killed. I want to make that not killed literally. I don't play those games. I'm on probation. I don't want no problems. So I'm making that clear. I meant on YouTube.
Delete.
No, he's gonna get your page snatched. He's gonna get your page snatched. He's gonna get his page snatched. How long can you keep this up? I'm a master strategist. I actually thought he was gonna do that shit like at day number 15 or 20. You started off with that. Oh boy. What you gonna do next? Like for everything you do, my counter punch is stronger than yours. But I'm not gonna keep on doing this because it's like it doesn't do anything for me. It's actually beneath me. I had so many people call me and say, "Yo, why are you responding to these guys?" Because you know how you have like a little gnat and fly around you, and you just want to. It's annoying. It's fucking annoying. But what's more annoying is that I still don't know if your wife is taller than you, Chef. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I really want to know. Why don't you have any pictures with her? Standing next to her. That's crazy. E Black, what you did today was despicable, but I want to give you props. I want to give you props. I should have known better than to mess with someone like you. Any man that could wake up every day with a wife that looks like that is a dangerous man. It's extremely dangerous man. And you're a force to be reckoned with. For you to really wake up and remember, the picture that Darrell puts up is a picture where she got dolled up. I mean, she stepped out the house like she was the hot shit. That's her best. This is her best. You are a dangerous motherfucker. You got it. I don't want yo, that's her best. Wait, hold on. Where's it at? Where's it at again? Somebody.
Oh, I got you.
No, because I want to show you something. Because we're gonna get busy today. We're gonna get busy today. Because this is what you want. You want me to cook. So we're gonna cook. This is her best. Let me tell you why this is her best. No, minimize it.
My God.
Let me show you the context clues. Why you are a dangerous man. At your best, you are love. Your positive motivation within my life. It's her birthday. Look at the content. Look, it's her happy birthday, Mom. It's her birthday. So on her birthday, going on a date with you. That's how this is her best. I'm not gonna go to war with a man that could really wake up to that every morning when she's not her best. I'm not. You got it. You're built for war. You're built for hell. You're built like Cuban links. You're built for Cuban links. You're a different type of man. I was stupid to go to war with a man that can live with that every day. Can we zoom in, please? Because I want to show this is our best. Can we zoom in? Can we zoom in? Okay, let me show you something about me. Hold on, let me show you something. Let me show you something about me. Hold on. Check this out.
I didn't know this was Monsters Inc. 3.
Yo, check this out. Half of my face is paralyzed. My left side is paralyzed. So if you look at it, sometimes it looks like a lazy eye, right? Okay. Let me put our picture back on. Let me see. Where's the picture at?
It's in the back. It's in the back.
All right. What's her excuse? What's her excuse? What's her excuse? Can we zoom in again? Let's talk about this. This is what you wake up with every day. So I know you got a different type of anger with you. You got a different type of anger. Can you push down a little bit? Because I never talked about her, but you try to jeopardize my livelihood and my brand. Up, sorry. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
Yeah, but if you look at him, if you look at E Black, what would you expect this girl to look like?
Yeah, but what the fuck is that? What's that?
What is that? Way worse. He looks way worse than she do.
The hair part. What the fuck is that? Somebody zoom in on the hair part, please.
Oh, that's that struggle weave, bro. That's what they call struggle weave.
So, but you got money. You put money on a down payment on a house. You did all this, but that is the woman you wifed. And today you said, "Oh well, at least I married her, and we working together to save money."
Listen, she must be a damn good cook.
Right. She might be.
Head gang gotta be fired.
Might be, bro.
She get wicked.
Shigga, wigga.
You gotta understand, we started that. That's your wife.
You never gonna do a show with her, not once.
He'll never bring her on a show. I will cook her. You're ashamed of your wife. Last time she said, "Can you get off the camera?" You know what you said? Oh, be quiet. I have it on tape. Your wife looks, that's her birthday.
Who is the one that Daryl keeps showing that keeps trying to be sexy and sing and shit? Is it
And
a
that's
dude?
Oh shit.
that's just Kaya.
That's
That
some
was the
funny
funniest shit
shit
I ever
there,
saw in my
bro.
life.
That's some Tisha Campbell on crack type
Nah,
stuff.
but I
That's
don't know.
Tisha Campbell on crack.
I don't want to make Fallen Kaya because I think she probably had like a hair disease or some shit like that. Like, because the wig, like you could tell she got like a disease. She's not like, I don't want to make fun of her.
Oh,
Like,
okay, I'll push back then. I'll fall back a little.
She might have like a seriously ill sickness, so I don't want to make fun. But E Black wife, there's nothing wrong with her. She woke up like this.
Well, mentally.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Forget about the fake paperwork you put out and the fake narrative you put out, because I debunked that. Do me a favor. I will pay you $500. I will cash app you $500 if you could send a picture of your wife getting up in the morning.
My God.
It's over.
Yo, it's unanimous. There's no one here thinks that your wife looks good when she's done up. Could you imagine when she's not done up? That's why I say y'all not looking what I'm looking at. That is out. That's them out in the town celebrating her birthday. And that's how she came with it. She brought out the guns. She got dolled up. E Black, who's really in prison?
Bro, you know it's crazy. He came on my stream.
Who's really in prison? Who's really locked up? E Black, who's really locked up? Who's locked up?
Man, this nigga came on the stream and said that her hair was only dry because they had just came from the beach 2 days ago, bro. That shit had me dying.
He said, who said she said
He
what?
said she just came from the beach 2 days ago. That's why her hair was dry.
We said that.
When
He was
posted
addressing
on my stream. Yeah, no. This was on my stream yesterday when I did that 8-hour live all night with his wife's picture.
Yeah. Oh, he came on it.
Yeah, he came on to my son. Her hair was dry because she went to the beach.
Well, here's the thing, because a lot of people keep asking about why y'all coming at his wife, and again, I'm clearly not roasting her because I got nothing with his wife, but it is funny.
No, I never had no. I suppose you never had nothing against his wife. I know that for a fact.
For the people in the chat that are asking, it's because you know, and this is an issue. Like when niggas take it there and ask niggas to not have limits, or ask niggas to have limits. E Black went there with Daryl and his family, so Daryl just kind of unloaded the clip on him. That's kind of where it started from back then. For the lady that keeps asking.
And for me, I never talked about his wife until today.
Yeah,
because he
doctor your information.
Right. He tried to paint a narrative that doesn't really exist.
That nigga posted my kid and her mama, so I don't give a fuck what nobody thinks.
He can't post nothing about mine. I was like, listen, he know what's up. He know I dare him. I dare him. Please don't do that. Don't do that because it's over with. I'm not gonna feed into you. I'm not gonna feed you anymore. I'm not gonna go into you anymore. But because I know you are hurt. That's your wife. That's who you chose. Like out of all the people in the world, and as fly as you say you are, that's who you selected. And at her best, that's how she looks.
Did he also impregnate it?
Yeah. I don't know, but I do know this.
He said impregnated. Oh my
I don't know this, but I know at the end of the day, he might have married her because she might have the answer that we've been looking for all night. Chef, if your wife taller than you, you know how crazy, Chef, is your wife taller than you? And there's nothing wrong. I like tall women. Most of my women are 5'9" and up sometimes, and they Model S. But is your wife taller than you? Do you get spooned at night? What happens when you go out? How do you feel? Because I'm good over here. You know, Chef, you could look me up. You can find my address. It's not that hard. And every time your man tries to do something crazy and go at me, I'm going to come back. And you're looking bad in Brooklyn. You're looking real bad in Brooklyn. Because everybody I named, you're looking bad in New York. You look bad. You look bad, boy. So I never meant to do this to, what's her name? Miss, what's his last name again? Hodges?
Yeah, Miss Hodge.
Yeah, Mrs. Hodges, I don't want to, I never want to disrespect you like this. Because you're not my type. And he clearly stated that, you know, my type has nothing to do with race or color, there's still beauty. You're not my type. Like, when I look at you, I look at freshly baked chocolate milk cookies and bedtime stories and praise meetings. And I look at you like an auntie. Yeah, she looks like an auntie. E Black, that's what you said. That's the woman you chose. All this fly shit you talk about, I'm different. Don't fuck, but you chose that. Can we see that picture again? Because I want to point out something that we all missed.
Oh yeah, it's in the back still.
No, it gets deep. It gets real deep. It gets real deep. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Can we zoom out a little bit? I want to point out. Forget the hair. And I don't care if people talk about, oh, don't talk about his wife. Stop bringing up dangerous information that's not true. And whoever got an issue with that, please don't follow me. I'm looking at her. Does that look like a proud man?
That nigga look trapped.
Does that look like a man that has a deed? His name on the deed? Does that look like a man that's in love? Who takes a picture? It looks like he's trying to run away and she hooks him. Like, stay the fuck over here.
That's what I'm saying. Who chose who?
Right. She chose him. She's winning.
Look how she holding on to him.
A picture like that, what a man do? We put our arms around our woman. Give them a kiss. Let them know they appreciate it. And look what you did. She got you on the hook. Don't leave here. I'll pay the mortgage this month. This man talk about she wasn't working for 3 years. Because you live in Waco, Texas. This is what I'm saying. It's a scale. I hate when people try to play these games like you in New York, or you in fucking Seattle or San Francisco. It's a scale, right? So you can't compare my lifestyle to your lifestyle. The mortgage that you pay is literally probably like $700. And my rent is $5K a month. So don't talk about your lifestyle, you saving money, you doing this, because you're not really doing anything.
Yeah, I pick up in Waco sometime. Ain't shit in Waco, bro.
This is
Not
what I'm trying to tell you. The last time he was on my show, he was ordering 6-piece nuggets. You're 45 years old. You look crazy, dude. You look crazy. You dress better for the show than you dress for your girl's birthday party. Did y'all notice that? Why do you have a cap on? She's happy to be with him. She's winning. She's winning. Miss Hodges, you're winning. I'll give it to you. You're winning. But your husband, keep going. Keep going. What's going to happen is we're not going to really fuck with you too much. And what's going to happen is you're going to keep on releasing material on us. And everybody's going to be like, what the hell is going on?
May I point something out? Conversation.
And we didn't even talk about the marriage. Let me talk about it real quick. Interracial marriages. How y'all feel about it, fellas? Because I want to, real quick. How y'all feel about interracial marriages? Real quick.
Y'all can go first.
Yeah, you already know I'm going through it right now. My son, with his choices that he's making, because he can't find a suitable black woman that he wants to be with. So more than likely, that's going to end up being something I'm going to have to deal with. But I've let him know how I feel about it, and we agree to disagree. And I got to let him live his life, bro. So as a father, you can only let him know how you feel about it. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, he's still young, so I'm hoping he doesn't just jump up and marry this broad. Just go ahead and have your fun, whatever you're having with her, play house or whatever with her, but just don't marry. Don't get married yet.
Well, you know, it's funny because you said that the black girls that he dated, they wanted him to be up. They wanted him to have money already. And I think
it was more like they wanted him to be like street. And my son is not a street dude. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't talk with slang. He talks proper.
Right.
I raised my kids in upper middle class neighborhood, so they don't talk like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't act that way. You know what I'm saying? He dresses like he got some sense.
Right.
He acts like he got sense. And to them, that's not cool. That's corny. He's a cornball to them. He even had one girl was like, "Oh, I like you, little Chris, but you talk white."
Wow.
You know what I mean? So to him, that's gonna rub you the wrong way as a teenager.
Right.
And it's gonna end up turning you against he loves his mom, he loves his sisters, but it's kind of like turned him against black women. And so now he's like, he doesn't even have time for it. He's like, I don't have time for it. Whatever they think about me, he's in that zone now where he no longer cares no more.
Right.
So I'm asking him, just wait, bro, because like they might think you a cornball now, but once you finish getting developed, especially since he's in the military, he finished getting developed, they're going to see what a good dude he is.
Right.
And maybe he will get chosen
by
one of those black women. But I don't think he has the patience for it
no
more.
He's going to get chosen by those black women when he gets older and they realize when they 3 kids in and they realize, oh shit, he's actually the man I needed.
Well, that might be the case, yeah. But I just want him to not get married right now and just hold out.
Right.
Just hold out.
Anybody else?
Yeah, right now my girl is white, so we can talk about it. But my ex was black, and we almost got married, but we couldn't agree on the terms of. The situation was basically, I was kind of like, I'm trying to grind right now. She was kind of wanting it all at the time. So basically, I'm like, I'm trying to live on beans and rice. Mm-hmm. You trying to take a lot of vacations and do all this extra shit, and we just couldn't agree on that. And like I said, now I'm up because I didn't have distractions. So as far as interracial relationships, I think for the most part, I'm from Houston. There's nothing but black women.
That's nothing but dope black women.
Dope black women. So now that I moved and I'm around other people other than black women, I think I get this question a lot. Why would you date someone white now? It's just because she's attractive and she's just around. You know what I'm saying? Because when I was in Houston, I only dated black women.
Right. So
I think it's kind of it's interesting. I think there's when you say pros and cons. I talk about this with my brothers because they're like diehard. Like I don't care if they tripping or not. I'm down. Black women only. And I think you know, what I've recognized is the culture difference in like when you're dating a black woman, you kind of get that connection that you don't get with another race. You know what I'm saying? Like when shit goes down in the real world, I think that's kind of what I'm noticing about the differences there. So outside of that, I think, you know, dating other races and still dating black women, all of them still be on bullshit. It just kind of depends on how much bullshit you're willing to put up with.
Right. For me, I date anybody my heart resonates with. I don't care if you white, black, Asian, or Latino. I don't care about none of that. The first woman that ever called me God in bed was a white woman. She was from Iceland, Icelandic, blonde hair, blue eyes. I tell that story all the time. Um, but anytime something hits the fan, it's a black woman that comes and holds me down. I'm not gonna lie about that. However, I feel like the black women nowadays, at least the ones I've been into, they don't pour into me the way I need to be poured into. But for interracial relationships and interracial marriages, I see nothing wrong with it if both parties are able to handle the outside pressures, the looks. And the looks usually come from my black females. And it's not like it's not like we don't like you, we don't love you. It's just that that particular person resonated with us a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just simply it. It's nothing against you. There's nothing against you. Um, it's funny because a lot of people want to tell us that stick with black women, love black women, be with black women. But as men, as we get older, we just want peace. We want happiness. We want a sense of completion. And you get that not by color, you get that by energy, you get that by soul, you get that by vibes. And a lot of times, I'm not here to be combative with a woman that's supposed to know the struggles I've been through. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. You know, so I show grace to black women, and they show grace to me too. Because I'm not one of those guys that tell you you shouldn't date white men. Go ahead. If he makes you happy and you love him, then be with him. Because I'm not an option for you. That's just me. Mr. Real Estate?
Yeah, I grew up similar to how TBE Trucking son is growing up. You feel me? I've always been told I talk white, you do white people things. So as you feel that friction while you try to date black women, it does turn you off in a sense. And then if you couple
Right.
that with osmosis, what he was saying about who you're around, I mean, as I'm on the golf course, as I'm at the country club, as I'm playing tennis or rock climbing or mountain biking, I'm 9 times out of 10 the only black person in the room, period. They're damn sure ain't no black woman. So, you know, it's one thing to feel the friction from your own, you know, community for doing things that aren't the norm. And then there's also the circumstance of not being in a heavily, you know, city or a state where it's not even that accessible at this point.
Yeah, Mister, I get, and I think you did a stream about that. I watched about interracial relationships, and yeah, I get a lot of pushback on that, and I do get it from black women a lot of times about like, well, why is your girl black? I mean, white. If we broke up, it's not to say that if a black chick pulled up with me, that I wouldn't be with a black girl. You know what I mean? So it's just whatever. But you know, when I talk about marriage and where I'm going, you know, I have these conversations with my mother, sometimes with my father about it. You know, uh I'm kind of more worried about where I'm going successfully economically for myself. So the girl that I'm with now, as long as it's less headaches, I really don't care. If we like King was saying, if you resonate, then she's still in the pocket. But if I felt like, yo, you kind of like, getting away from what's more important to me, then you'll get replaced. And whatever race that is that comes in just comes in. I'm not really I'm not really if she's attractive, I'm not really worried about it. You know, she got her head on straight and we can agree on the terms moving forward. A lot of that's not a big issue to me, whether you black, Mexican, white, or whatever. So it just kind of is what it is. I do think there is a lot of situations where even some black women will take it personal even if they wouldn't have chose you. I think I had a chick that I tried to like once, which she was curving me a little bit and it wasn't a big deal. You know, you stick and move and go to the next thing. But then when she saw me, this is not my current girl, but when she saw me, I was not even dating this chick. I was just, casually out with her. But I was with an Asian chick. She felt the type of way that I wasn't pursuing her anymore. And I thought that was weird, you know what I'm saying? Because, I was on this merry-go-round and I just stuck and moved. And it turned into a race thing where it's just like, I'm just fucking with another chick. It's not a race thing. But, a lot of people I think in the community do take it that way when you start getting to the interracial dynamics.
Well, you're 100% right. Me personally, Dr. Ho, you got anything to say before I say?
Well, yeah, just put my little 2 cents in. I'm more of a guy. I don't really worry about who people date as far as race goes. I think I agree with everybody what they said about chemistry and everything. Me, even I say about 5 years. I really been doing like a lot of research on, our African history and everything. And even before that, so that changed my whole outlook of how I look at my black people today. But even before that, I was more of a genetic kind of guy. I wanted to procreate with the woman that I felt. I mean, of course, you had to be nice and you had to have all these other qualities, but I wanted a more genetically sound, like physical athlete type of chick. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So if she was black or white, or what I'm saying? I mean, my lady now, she played a little college basketball. I like to look at it like, like if it's the end of the world, this is the lady that you with and you guys is running for survival. I mean, I know it's a stretch, but can that woman run 5 miles? Can she run 2 miles? Because a lot of them can't. A lot of these women, they can't even run a mile. So I don't really hear too many people talking about that. That's why I kind of brought that up. But I look at genetics a lot when it comes to relationships and putting people together. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's a good point because, a lot of men can't run 5 miles or 10 miles. Right. And I'm into fitness too as well. But I'm glad you brought that point up. It's about genetics.
Smarts, and all of that.
Smarts, it's about intelligence. Looks is not everything.
That's what the kid's gonna have. Believe it or not, they're gonna take after the 2 parents.
Oh no, this is what I'm saying.
Right.
For me though, King, I had a complexion issue growing up. I wanted a light skinned ass woman, and that's all I ever wanted until I met my wife.
Why is that?
Even she'll tell you. She's like, "Oh, I'm surprised." My sister said it. My sister said,
so you don't date out your race?
No, I don't date out my race. But I'm just saying I had a complexion issue.
Yeah, but what since you date a light skinned woman, what was the difference between a light skinned black woman and a white woman?
I didn't know what the difference was. Bro. I was blinded because I never had that. So coming up through school, high school, and all that, I was just obsessed with these yellow bone women.
Oh,
you know what I mean? And there was
on my comments, ladies asked me to ask you a question. I promised I would ask you this question. It had nothing to do with the topic right now, but I promise I just remembered. You know how they always get mad at your story, how your wife, she provided support so you could be the great man that you are, and now you take care of her?
Yeah.
They asked this question, so don't be offended. This is a question I could screenshot and show you. They asked me to ask this question. They said, would you encourage your daughter to marry a man like you were when your wife met you?
I had already told you no, no,
Okay, good,
no,
good.
because all men don't change.
Hmm.
Some men are what they are. So
Okay,
what is the most likely issue? If you if you're with a hustler, a dude that was on the streets,
right.
then one and you say to him, "Well, I think I could change him and turn him into a good man."
Hmm.
What are the odds that's really going to happen? There's not really good odds that that's going to happen. He would have to showed you something way before that, some
Right.
type of loyalty, some type of commitment to you and your kids before he made that change. You know what I'm saying? That's why I can't tell them to go in that direction. So yeah, everybody always uses that against me. Like, oh man, well, yeah, what you gonna say to your daughters? I tell my daughters, go for a good dude because good dudes are just disrespected as dudes from the streets are.
That's
Nobody wants a good dude. Nobody wants a respectful man. You
right.
know what I mean?
Unless
Everybody, everybody wants the pretty boy who already got 5 or 6 baby mamas.
Right.
He's not thinking about you. Like women got these lists, this list of a man, and this list, and then once you compact that list down, that man is a fantasy. That man doesn't exist.
Can I ask you a question to go back into the topic?
Go ahead.
To all the fellas on this on the panel, do you think that women outside of the black race are more submissive and more cooperative?
No, that's why I stopped messing with them yellow ass girls, man, because they were mean as hell. They were mean as hell. They knew what they looked like. You were always having to oppress them. You was always having to buy shit. That's just my experience with the women I dealt with. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. And me, I wanted my kids to look like me. I'm okay with what I look like. I'm okay with my genes being passed down.
Right.
So I'm okay with my
That's a
little
good
black
point.
ass.
That's a good point. Some people are not happy how they look like, so they get somebody outside their race to change the aesthetic.
Exactly. Once I got over what the woman's complexion was, and I realized a good woman is what I needed. You know what I mean? Not all the other dumb shit. I needed a good woman, and that's what I got.
yeah,
And
TB,
that that
I know you catch a lot of heat. I've heard you say that before on different panels, and you caught a lot of heat about wanting a good woman because of your situations or what you felt you
yeah,
needed, man. And I get it. Yeah, I get your perspective on it.
yeah. Only a good woman would have brought me out of the situation I was in.
Hmm.
The type of women I was dealing with would have steady brought me down and
Right.
put me back in the situation I was in. You know what I mean? So yeah,
No, I
but
get.
as far as
I
the
don't.
race thing and the white girl thing and all that, I don't really know about that mess, but that's what y'all. Oh,
Yeah, I've tried to stay for the most part away from that conversation just because it's not, not because I have an issue with it, but I think people can't intellectually hear the conversation without getting too emotionally tied into it. I
oh
don't
yeah,
I, I
yeah,
don't personally believe that women are more submissive because I done dealt with women of other races that on some BS too. But I will say the first time I felt the submissive or just like the femininity from a woman is a girl I was dating. She was white and she was from Germany. And I met her, then I moved to Germany, then and I kicked it there for a while. And back then I was around 22, 23, and I was kind of on some BS. I was rapping, I was doing media company, I was doing a bunch of stuff. Nothing,
Right.
no, it was no real solid foundation, but she was supporting me through all that. And she was like, "Oh, I know you're a hustler, you still, and so that was the first time I was, really holding the hand, walking up the stairs, getting the door, displaying her. So that was the first time I got it, and I really couldn't pin down if that's because we know the narrative like, about whether they're black and the white or the submissive thing. So I couldn't understand if it was a white thing or is it because she was from a different culture in Germany.
Right.
So I don't, I and then girls that I date in America, I haven't dealt with a lot of just other races that just are just except for Hispanic girls. Let me take that back. But that are just like overly like giving in that submissive area. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if I can really peg it on that. I do know culturally, Black women are not usually as submissive as other cultures, but I don't think I personally dealt with a Black woman that just was just outright disrespectful to me.
I don't really have my wife. If you could see the dynamic between me and my wife, I don't take her speaking her opinion or letting me know how she feels as talking back. Like I don't, and guys get a little mad at me when I say this kind of stuff because she's Black woman. She's going to express herself in a certain way. She's going to let you know that it's not okay how you talking to her. It is not okay because sometimes us as men, we get into this control type of thing sometimes, and we don't like when she says something back after I done said something. But she has an opinion. She has her point of view. Just let her express it. You know what I mean? It may be a little bit more aggressive than what you used, but it's not going to hurt. It doesn't hurt. My wife don't hurt my feelings, bro. She don't hurt my feelings. She'll be like, "TB, you on some bullshit, blah blah," and I'm like, and then when sometimes I think about it, be like, "Yeah, at that time I was on some bullshit," and she was right to call me out on it. You know what I mean? I don't call that her being not submitting to me and all that. It's not really about that. Like the shit that Black men and Black women go through in this country, we're going to be a little bit more expressive when we express ourselves about certain shit. And that's how I just see it. Like I just see Black women as just expressing themselves. And there is women that are super disrespectful. There's a line between being disrespectful and expressing yourself. My wife doesn't get disrespectful, but if I step out of line with her and I'm like, "Yo, you told me you was gonna cook 20 minutes ago. What's up?" And she'll be like, "God damn it, Chris, blah blah," blah. And she'll let me have it for like 10 minutes, man.
Right.
But that's also me checking her. She let me know, yeah, nigga, you will check me, but no, don't disrespect me like that. You know what I mean? That's all it is. It's just a dynamic back. I never take any of it personal. Some guys can't handle a woman talking back to them at all. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me.
Well, let me,
So you were gonna say something? I'm sorry.
no, I guess I don't want to get too far off the path, but when I kind of want to see King your thoughts on this because, like I said, my brother's a diehard. I only date Black women. That's it. That's the route he wants to go. But we talk on a daily basis and we try to hold each other accountable as men about our growth and where we are and things that go down. And a conversation we have is, his girl's obviously Black, but we started to separate. Is she not in agreement? Is she disrespectful? Not disrespectful, but they clash. It's like, is it because you chose someone that's more damaged because she comes from a lineage of single moms? Is it because of that, or can you attribute to that then more so than her just being Black, just from the fact that you chose a damaged woman, and now you're having to try to level up your manhood to not come down to the level of matching the energy that that we're talking about, like the combativeness?
That has nothing. I don't know if that deals with more so race, more so socioeconomic status. Dating somebody from a broken home. I come from a 2-parent household, so dating somebody from a broken home, there's certain values that I might not be used to. And you got a lot of white women that come from single parent households too, I just think the way you express trauma or express anxiety or insecurities, it resonates more with me as a man when I'm in a relationship. And I think the women that I've dealt with, majority of them are being Black. They don't express their insecurities or their anxieties the way I need to hear it for me to make the necessary adjustments to love them the proper way or the way they want to be loved. And then with that being said, I still think that as a black man, I need to be able, not even a black man, as a man, I need to be a little bit more gentle in regards to the way I receive and give information and love out to women. But I hope that the black women that are hearing this, you know, I hope they find better ways of expressing their insecurities, their anxieties, and their traumas to us so we can love you better. Because I just feel like the other races that I've dated, or even the mixed race, because I have black women that don't consider mixed races black. I usually talk to black, have white, have black, have Asian, have black, have Latino, right? And I talk, and so because I like things, I just like exotic things. That's me. But you know, I will love for any woman, no matter what her ethnicity is to learn how to talk to me and deal with me in a way that I could be a better person for them. Because that's what it really all comes down to. As you get older, you just want someone that respects you and you respect them, and it forces you to be a better self.
So
We
what do you
don't.
think about the passport dudes that constantly go to Colombia, um, Thailand, and places like that to find women, to find these super submissive women that are always agreeing with them, and I wouldn't be able to deal with that. Like
No, I
I
don't think
don't
they go
want.
there, but I don't think they go there to find women to deal with them. I don't. That's not. You got to really talk to them why they go there. It's a different thing. I don't want to say too much because we have people in the chat. We don't want to give too much out, but I think they go to the places for other reasons, not to find a wife. They might end up with a wife, but not to find a wife.
No, I don't watch those channels.
Yeah, no,
I only watch the channels where the guys are going to find relationships.
I get what
I
you
don't.
mean.
I don't.
There's a
Yeah,
whole
that.
there's a whole subset of conversation, and it's kind of like TB said. It is a passport thing that the conversation
Yeah,
is based around getting out of America and going to find somebody somewhere else that's submissive without.
yeah.
I guess you have to
Because you
really do anything.
can't.
Oh, okay. So those people, and I know what you're talking about. Those people, I don't know those people, and everybody's not. They're not a monolith, but I definitely know that it outside of America. My pastor would say, if you have money, every place is home. That's what makes
Right.
home. If you're comfortable, and having money as a man makes you comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Going out of the country, as you all know, the black man is God if he has money.
That's what they all say. They all say that
I'm telling you, because I've
in this
followed.
country, black women say that nobody wants us, but when we go around the world, everybody wants us.
Right, like the book that he made fun of that he bought, and he praised the book too. This is a book of me traveling, and I didn't take none of them girls that he said did to, but he said I had sex with a girl on the balcony in Barcelona. It was Singapore. You gotta read. You gotta learn how to read. But I was anywhere I went, the woman would treat me like God because they know any black man that's overseas, particularly from America, they assume that they have money. So these women talk to you not because they like you, but because of the reasons why American women might talk to you, because they know that you provide stability. And that's all women. There's nothing wrong for a woman loving you because she thinks you're a provider. I don't find anything wrong with that.
Do they treat you better over there?
No, well, TB, I'll say this: when I went to Germany with my girl, you know how it is here in the States. When people look at you, it's an issue, right? You know, we kind of puff our chest out a little bit. But when I went over there for the first time, you know, I kind of talked to her, and I was like, "Yo, what's good? Like, what's everybody like looking for?" You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of taking offense by it. And she was breaking it down to me. She was like, you know, she was kind of being real cuffy, and she was essentially like, you know, it's different because you're kind of rare here. So they're not looking in a sense. They're looking because
you're going in and out. You're going in and out.
Oh, I'm going in and out.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, yeah. She was when we're overseas, you know, she was kind of breaking it down to me because I kind of felt offended by how people were staring at me. And and she broke it down to me like, yeah, they're not looking at you out of offense. They're looking at out of you because they're impressed because you're rare and they're interested in you. That's why they're looking at you. So she kind of got real, cuffy, kind of hooking me by the arm for that reason. So I'm not saying I'm not ever going to say they're better, but you're perceived different over there when you're over there than you are, just being here in America.
I'm just trying to figure out why all these guys are going over there. So I just find it very interesting.
No, I mean they're going over there because, it's cheaper, right? It's cheaper. And when I say cheaper, I'm talking about in regards to the whole courting thing, right? The whole vetting process, right? Here, they get this is why I'm saying I don't want to bring his picture up because Infomedia is here. I don't want to have him a part of that craziness, but information man. So it's just crazy because for you to have a life, a dope life, nice place to stay, be able to provide for is far more less expensive than doing that in the States. So you could get the girl that you think is beautiful here, right? And you have to have a Benz, a dope duplex, have your money up. You could probably get a girl that looks equally or better looking in Brazil or DR or Thailand for without spending that much money. You understand?
How do you trust that she really likes you like that?
But how do you trust a girl in America if American girl likes you?
Yeah.
Can I add in on that discussion, brother?
Of course you can.
Let me say, because I have family in Brazil, one of the things that brothers have to, or anybody has to realize when they travel to Brazil, when we talk about whether you hear this all the time, where the women are better there, they treat the men better and what have you. There's a certain level of people that are poor. And when you come over there as an American, you're one big, giant, talking, walking passport for that woman in some cases. And you have to ask yourself this: if that woman is better than American women and she's that much better because of how she's treating you and makes you feel, ask yourself, why hasn't that woman been married up in that country already, when Brazil is a country like many other countries where it's a patriarchy and they believe in marriage? So you have to understand that some of the guys that are native in Brazil, who speak the language better than you do, who know the culture and know the women better than you do, you have to ask yourself, why haven't those men in a culture where they do get married those women, unless those might be the thoughts in that culture that you are not aware of that make you feel good because you're one big giant passport for some of these women, not all. Facts. And the men over there ain't marrying those women up because they know what those women are, but you don't, because you don't know the culture, no different than they understand the culture when they come here to America. Can someone explain that?
Hold on. Information man got real quick. He got really real quick. He started off at 60. He got real quick. When he was talking, I started thinking about Colombia.
Yeah, I threw out a song.
I thought all the places out there. I said, oh, and you know what? That's funny that you say that, because I always tell people, most of the times when a woman who is the baddest in her country, they talk to the baddest of their country. They're not going to leave their people. So when a black man thinks he bags an international woman or a white woman, they're not the baddest. They're the ones that nobody wants. But he broke it down on a deeper level. Information man broke it down on a deeper level. That shit was crazy. But here's another too. There are bad ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
That like outside their race. There are. But how do you know that? And that's what Chuck was saying. How do you know?
How do you even know when you go over there?
Yeah, I think you need to. I think the most important thing is understanding the language, understanding the culture. I know that there was a brother on Facebook, and he's known within the manosphere. It was a brother that was telling brothers to come over to Brazil, and he passed away some years ago. There was a big thing with brothers going over there to Brazil. You really don't know. Some guys have been lucky where they've met women. They've brought them back home. Some guys will say never. You should never bring them back home, because once they come back to America, they get Americanized and what have you. I know a guy that I work with personally. He married a bad looking sister in Colombia, got married very, very soon, brought her back to America, and they were in divorce less than maybe a year after that. And then she took him over the coast for money. And guess what? Also, you got to watch out for. Sometimes when they come to this country with you, making you think that they love you, once they rake you over the coast, some of them, they actually got a boyfriend back home that they'll send for, because they got that American citizenship paperwork now. Now they bringing their boyfriend that they really in love with over here when they dump your ass. Now those things do happen. It's not all doom and gloom, but it does happen.
I've heard that one. I've heard that one from like Colombia, Brazil, those type of areas more times than not. What the information we talk about now. The girl that I met was here in America on a student visa or something. So it was kind of like, that. But I don't know. I don't really agree with the like you said, the passport boys that are saying go to Colombia and go grab these girls and wipe them up real quick. Yeah. Unless you plan on staying over there, that's kind of where I'm. I don't think I would subject to the notion of pulling them back over here for the reason you say, information, man. Right. Just about you don't know if they're finessing you or not.
Right. And this is another thing too. I'll add. How many brothers are going across seas, like King was saying, and they're bagging well-to-do women, meaning they're not only beautiful, but they also come from some sort of money. Because a lot of times you see dudes getting females that look good, but they gotta come from a poor background. And for them, in some cases, not all, they're trying to help their family, and you could be that answer to that. So how many dudes are going over across seas and bagging these high, wealthy, well-to-do women that are hot in those cultures?
I don't think that's a high percentage. I think the only time you do experience an international woman from a pedigree is if you and her attend university together, right?
Bingo, King.
So that's the only environment you're gonna get the have-nots and the haves together in a safe environment, and they're gonna experience each other, right? And then they're gonna say, you know what, that's just an experience. I'm going back to my pedigree. And the have-nots are like, oh shit, I don't want to go back to the hood. All right, I'm gonna marry someone that understands my story, right?
Right.
And that's what really happens. You really meet somebody. You're not gonna marry the top of the top. You're not. You're not gonna unless, and this is rare. Like you're black and you're from Ghana, and your father is a diplomat, and you met your girl who her father is a diplomat, and y'all went to school together. That's the only way they could justify that. And
it becomes a class situation, because usually people in that life, they usually, even if the women mess around with someone who's low hanging fruit, right, in their overall culture, they still tend to marry within the money and the class and all that comes with it. Even though you will have people step out on the side and have a little bit of fun, it is real. But I'm going to step down, but I want to say this to you, King, and everybody on the panel, because I heard what everyone was saying earlier. I personally prefer to date a black woman if I can find the right black woman. But this is the thing that really kills me sometimes, King, and everybody listening.
Before you finish your thing, what is the right black woman? Because that's a very ambiguous term.
Well, King, you said something that resonated me. I was in the kitchen and I heard you say this. You said that black men want peace. What does that mean? We want to come home from work. We go out into the world and we deal with a lot of bullshit. And we want to be able to come home and not have a woman that bombards us with a whole bunch of stuff. Give us time to come home and take a bath, a shower, to eat something, to relax. Sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And it's about having a certain decorum and about how you go about talking to your man. And I think that's what black men are looking for. We want peace. And sometimes, not all black women, but there are some black men out here who are dealing sometimes with black women who don't give them peace, or we've been so culturally conditioned to see black women, unfortunately, as struggle. So let's say you grow up, you saw your mama struggle, your auntie struggle, people in your family, and at some point in time, you don't want to associate yourself with struggle, and you see black women as this struggle. And when they begin to give you these negative vibes, as the brother said about his son, not wanting to date, black women because they're looking at him like he's a nerd. When they give you these vibes, you don't want to engage with it anymore. You just don't want to deal with it. And this is not for all black men, but there's some black men that are certainly out there. And what bothers me is the brother was talking about his son. When his son grows up and his son becomes successful in life, some of these same black women who were undervaluing him, underestimating him because he didn't have this slang talk, which I think is BS. Why do we identify ourselves as being black because we can talk slang? It's so ridiculous. We put ourselves in boxes. When that young man becomes highly successful, then these same females who have been ran through by the dudes in the neighborhood that they thought were more muscular, taller, and more cool with their slick talk. Now those women that have been impregnated or been ran through by those men, now they want to come running to the young brother who can speak well, who's educated himself. And when he's no longer available to them because he's with the white girl, the Asian girl, or the Latino girl, you'll have some black women that will get angry and say, oh, he don't want a strong black woman. No, we don't want to deal with bullshit. We don't want to deal with you judging us. We don't want to deal with you trying to put us in a box. So why not, because other race of women in their families, they tend to be taught to go look for a man for what the potential of that man is. And I think sometimes some of our women are getting caught up in swag and style and his clothes and all that kind of stuff. And then when that man is really not fit to be a father, now some black women will go out into the world and say all black men ain't no good because they got with no good black men, but sometimes might have overlooked the young brother who was coming up and making his mark on the world coming very, very soon. So I think that's a big problem. I think it's a double standard, King, when you see black women praise, the sister that played, the two sisters that play tennis, a Venus Williams and all these, they'll praise those black women who marry very wealthy white men, right? They get with white boys, and you don't see very little criticism of black women who are famous, who are well known, that marry white boys. But if a black athlete or a black man happens to be married to a woman that's not black, you'll see some of our women on social media. It's a double standard. They have a lot to say about that black man with that white woman or Asian woman. And I understand black women, they say all the time, well, you guys marry out more than we do. And it seems like it's always the best of black men that these white women are getting, where we're left with the slop, right? That's how some of them would probably see it. But what black women need to also understand is that when black men get married, we marry at the tune of about 80% or more. We tend to marry black women when we do get married, even if we are engaging in interracial relationships. And that's the story that doesn't get told, King. So I've said enough, brother. I'm going to step down off the panel. I just wanted to drop that on you.
I want to ask you one more question because you have a wealth of knowledge and you don't mind.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Who goes the background? Can somebody press mute? TB, can you? Oh,
that's TB.
Yes, yeah, TB. Thank you. What's up, my brother Cam? So, question.
Yes, sir.
Do you think it's vital or necessary that black men and black women only date each other for the advancement of our community?
Good question.
Man, that's a powerful question.
Great Powerful question, brother.
It's a powerful question. Because of what I said earlier, I think it is important that we engage with each other because I don't want to sound polarizing here. We have an immigrants class that's increasing in this country. Black people's numbers are going down. And I think it's important for us to maintain our culture, our cultural identity. And I think it's important because black men and black women, unlike any other group that you can get with, we tend to know each other better. I heard you say this earlier. There seems to be an ebb and flow in terms of we know each other. And if you can find that right black woman, right, then you're going to have you're going to be equally yoked. You're going to be balanced. Right. But I think for the sake of the black family and where things are going in this society, we really need to be coming together more than pulling apart from each other. Now, that does not negate anybody on the panel or anybody that falls in love with who you fall in love with. Right. That's your business. That's your business, who you meet, how they make you feel. However, I do see the importance of black women and black men coming together and building families. And because you see it within Asian culture, Japanese, Korean culture, Vietnamese culture, all the other cultures, they still have a premium on keeping the bloodline going in their particular race. Even when you see some of their folks step outside of their race, they still have a sense of pride about keeping their bloodline going. Black people need to have the same pride as well. So, King, thank you for letting me come up, brother.
No. One more question. Don't get mad. One more question. And then we got to talk to one committee. Bliss Me said the difference in the black is the black women who marry out don't bash their own. And then our homie, the Beta Bell podcast said, at Bliss Me, I do agree. I had to check a man on another stream for saying these Thai women dance better than black women. He could have said they dance good and why mention black women. So my question to you is, do you see that when we do date out our race, we always do a comparative analysis and it always ends up putting down our black women? Is that true?
Because
I did it. I'm guilty. I said the first woman that ever called me God was a white Icelandic woman, blonde hair, blue eyes.
Right. And then you will have some black women and even black men that would say the reason why you're saying that, King, is that you've been culturally conditioned to see blonde hair, blue eyes as a standard of beauty. And because of growing up in this society we call America, where that's been the standard of beauty, it does something to us as black men where we gravitate towards lighter and fairer skin. Some people would say that's the reason why black men sometimes will look at lighter skinned black women as more feminine, more docile, or more accommodating to us beauty wise, because they're the closest thing to having a white girl that we can get to. But they're still black and still black. So there's some that would say that we have that psychological issue going all the way back to the brown paper bag test that they used to do at one point in time, as many of you probably know already. So I'm not saying that that's what you were thinking, King, but there are some that would say that that's the psychology that you're operating off of, or that was operating on your mind without you even knowing it, right? Subconsciously and consciously. But this is what I noticed. This is what's bothering me on King on YouTube the last couple of weeks. And that's why next week I want to bring a bunch of different guests on to talk about this. It seems that, in my opinion, that black women have a lot of smoke for black men in terms of what we do with our life, what we want to do. And even the black men that they don't want, that they're not attracted to, who happens to be with another woman of another race, they got something to say about it. And half the time, if that ain't your cup of tea, if you ain't getting in the bed with that man, he don't make your wet in between the legs, he ain't doing nothing for you. Why are you concerned about that black man who's with a woman of a different race when a black man is not a possession? You don't own us no more than we own you. And black women would be quick to tell us, I'm independent. I don't need you. I don't need a man. You can't tell me what to do. When black men make our choices silently and just mind our own business, we're being criticized for it. So you have black women that will criticize us on the YouTube streets.
Right.
And I'm saying to myself, if we're no good, if we're dogs, if we're doomed, if we haven't accomplished anything,
Right.
then how about you just in your criticism, go get with the Ken doll or go get with whoever you want to get with and stop talking about us.
Yeah.
Once you got your white man, your Asian man, your Latino man, once you have the man that you want, now you can stop talking about us because you got the man that you say that we don't measure up to, right? Now, when black men in a general sense get with women of other races that we're happy with, that we're satisfied with, and we're content in our relationships, those type of black men do not get on social media talking about black women in a negative way. The ones who do the talking are usually the ones who are frustrated sexually. They probably can't get the women that they want.
Yes.
They probably really want a black woman, but can't get the one that they want. And even the women in the other races don't want nothing to do with them. They're musty, crusty, and dusty. And those are the ones that are on YouTube talking about black women in a negative way. And black women use those black men on YouTube to judge the rest of us as being that. Bottom line, if you don't want to be with us, whether we're good men or not, get with the men you want and stop talking about us.
Exactly.
Zip it up. Thank you, King.
Information, man. I know I said it's the last question.
Info, chill out, man. Hang out a little bit. You know, I chill with you a little minute. Hang out a little bit. It's right
I
now.
got a little bit of food I gotta eat, man. I want to kick back a little bit. Look at a little Netflix.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's going on, One Community?
Yeah,
now we do it. Go ahead, King.
Y'all two need to do something together. Y'all powerful.
Me and King.
Yeah, we still. Hey, One Community. I'm still gonna be bringing you on the channel. Don't just give me some patience, man. It's gonna happen.
Okay, y'all too powerful.
You too, King. It's just a lot of content that's coming down the pipeline. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. Well, check this out. Not to change the subject and go off a tangent, but you said something that resonates with a lot of men and women who have been previously married before and who have children.
Yes, sir.
So here's a question for you. And I've been recently hearing women say it as well. Particularly black men and black women who have been married before, who have children, they don't want to get married again. Is that the case for you? They're cool having a romantic partner, and that's it. They don't want to get married again. And I think, and the reason I brought that question up, because I asked the question, should we only marry black men and black women as a community for our advancement? But we understand there's a section or a subgroup of black men and black women who have experienced marriage, who has experienced childbirth, child rearing, and they don't want to do it again. Why are you like that, and why?
Okay, I can talk from experience. I was married for about 15 years. I have a daughter. I've been in my daughter's life since day one. I have 50-50 custody of my child. Men, you got to get you got to get custody, or you're going to have drama, men, or you got to go for full custody if you dare to do that. But I have no drama with my ex-wife, because when we met in college, she was a woman of intelligence, and we had already talked about, if these scenarios were to happen, what do we want to do? That is, do what is in the best interest of the child. So after I got out of my marriage and went through a divorce, which was, very emotionally difficult, because I was with her for a very long time. We were together even prior to being married for 15 years. I said to myself that I would never get married again. I thought it was a horrible experience for me to go through a divorce, and all that I had went through in the relationship. I said, no, I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to go down this path. Well, since then, I've been divorced for about 13 years now. And I got to say to you, gentlemen, you're going to say a lot of things when you come out of divorce, because you're still a little not happy about whatever went wrong in the relationship, the marriage. But when you get a couple of years behind you and you've been out of marriage and you've had time to yourself, I think every man should practice this. Spend time to yourself without having women in your sphere, meaning try to give yourself time without being with somebody, just to be by. Can you be by yourself as a man? Can you watch TV by yourself? Can you do things by yourself? You'll learn a lot about yourself. You'll learn about how disciplined you are when you have those urges to be with females. Just test yourself sometimes. And so I had that time away. And then over a period of time, I come to the conclusion now that if I was to meet the right woman that fits where I'm at now, because I think I'm a better man than what I was when I was married, because I learned a lot from that marriage and the mistakes that were made on my part as well as her part, that I'm more prepared as a more mature man today to be married to a woman than I was when I was much younger. And so therefore I would engage in marriage if the right woman comes along. But is that going to happen anytime soon, King? No, because I think that my standards or what I'm looking for is a little bit more higher than some of the women that I ran across. And what happens to you, King, as you get older is that you start to not, some things don't matter to you as much, meaning you're not as focused on the sex as much as you were when you were younger. You're more focused on the woman's mind, what she brings to the table, the balance that you have with that woman. And if that woman doesn't have that, it doesn't matter how round the booty is, you'll say, you got to go. That's where you can get as you get older as a man through your maturity, where you don't allow yourself to become weak to the flesh as much as you did before. Now you're thinking with the big head and not the small head. That's my conclusion. A long diatribe by me, but I that's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you.
Good points.
I don't want to ask you more questions. I appreciate that, but I didn't want to let you go without getting the wisdom.
Really good points. Bravo. Good points, Info. Good points.
Yeah,
no, I'm listening. And then some of the ladies in the chat room. This one here. These men don't be knowing who if they are in a real life. Who they know are in the real life.
Which one is that? Which one is that?
Who said it?
Bless me.
Bless
yeah.
me.
I know that the ladies, and I got to say this. I know that the ladies may have disagreed with some of the things I said, and they may agree with some of the things I was saying. But the truth of the matter is that there is a double standard in how we look at each other as both black men and black women when it comes to interracial dating. And I'm going to say it for the record. I'm not a promoter of interracial dating. I'm not pushing it. I'm not saying that black men should date outside their race. That's not something that I advocate on my channel or what my channel is about. I'm just saying that there's circumstances that could drive a young black male or a young man to date outside of his race if he's getting bad experiences from women of his own race. And it doesn't mean that black women are not getting bad experiences too that can drive them to want to be with men of a different race. Same thing holds for the ladies. So just keep that in mind. Because I know certainly people will have their differences in criticism.
I know other ethnic groups that do that. I know Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Colombians that tell me I don't like men from my country or my ethnic group or my nationality. So that's why I always dated black men, right? We probably had a strained relationship with their father. So I don't date anybody that looks like my father. So they only dated black men. So you don't know, like you said, we don't know the reasons of why they want to date outside of race.
Right. Let me throw this on the table. This is going to be controversial, and you all might want to bite on this. And the ladies in the chat room may be able to relate to what I'm saying. There are some black women out there. I'm not saying the black women in the chat room, not all, but there are some who might say the only reason why other race of women are interested in you as black men because they're interested in your sex, your body parts. They're not really getting with you because they see you as a man of industry, captain of industry, right? They just see you as a boy toy, as sexual pleasure, because black men have been defined in this culture as being over sex, and that's what we are. And you can take that all the way back to slavery as part of as that stereotype. So with the Mandingos and all that sort of stuff. And so there's some black women that will say that that's the reason why other races are only dealing with us, not for our money or our status in society, because we don't have any status. It's simply because of what we got between our legs and how we do it. Now that's controversial. I mean, I don't know how you brothers feel about that, but that can be told out there.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I've heard it. And again, you know, when you date out, I hear it before, but I think on a micro level, you don't hear it as big of an issue. I think this issue about, and I don't want to get too far because I know we're talking interracial, but
yeah,
I think it kind of somehow rolls into this, but I think when you talk about the issues about dating out, I know a lot of women say they don't care. I think it's highlighted when successful black men date out that it becomes an issue. and that the conversation is elevated. So I don't think, usually Joe Blow around the corner, like most people care into that to that point. But I think definitely when we see successful men, black men date out, I think you hear it a lot more, and the conversation turns into this thing. And I think that's why we talk about it as much, because we who's recently the athlete that everybody found out that his wife was white or whatever. But either way, but anytime a sex, and I know we all see this, anytime a successful black man comes out, that we have the conversation, why couldn't he choose a black woman? And I think that is probably why it seems like this conversation is bigger than it actually is.
Yeah, that's pretty deep.
I gotta say, Moments with Mickey, she made an interesting point here. She says slavery is the reason you all see white women as successful and freedom, because they were the mama determined if the child was free. Although we do know in history that black women were breastfeeding. It's a deep psychology when you look at slavery. Right. Where I would agree with that, sister, is like what I said to King earlier. Let's be honest, gentlemen. I know when I grew up in the 80s, coming out of the late 70s, every ad that represented beauty was of white women. And white men for a long time had put white women on a pedestal and told us, you cannot touch. You cannot touch. And that was one of the reasons why you had riots. You had black men being hung in this country because of this whole thing about us going after white women, or the idea of us even trying to go for white women. And so I think the sister make a good point. There is a psychology to how we see, as I said before, fairer skinned women. And that's something that we as black men are going to have to figure out within ourselves internally. Is that the real reason why I'm with this woman who's more fair skinned versus a woman who is dark skinned? Me personally, I have dated black women of all shades, dark skinned, brown, cocoa colored, light. I like black women of all different shades. My thing is, if a woman is treating me good, she's feminine, she's intelligent, and we are having chemistry. I don't care if she's a light-skinned black woman or a browner-skinned black woman or a darker-skinned black woman. I'm going to like her. Now, King, I'll tell you this. When I have been out and about, I have a friend of mine. She's very fair-skinned black woman. When we're out and about, I've seen black women who are not light-skinned who will look at me and say, "Oh, you with that high yellow, heifer."
Yeah, right.
So I'm sorry. I know I'm probably getting people upset in the chat room, but there are black women who will even get upset with you as a black man when you're even with a black woman that's lighter skin. And I know where that comes from, because darker skinned black women were overlooked and undervalued in this society, and even within black society, when it came to the lighter skinned black woman that would get more attention than they would get. Yeah. And you can go through college and through high school. And so darker skinned black women have been hurt by that when they see black men pick lighter skinned black women. So even when we try to date within our race and we happen to be with a woman that's of a lighter shade, you have some black women that will look at you with a side eye, even when you engage in that type of relationship. So this colorism is something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a friend named HT Logistics. He has a YouTube page. His name is HT Logistics 3434.
Right.
This brother is 5'6", about 300 pounds. He could never find a girlfriend. Could never find it. He always wanted to be with a black woman. He could not find one because of what he looked like. Even when he lost weight, went down to I think he went down to 240. He's about 240, 250 now. He tried. Sir. So he gave up on it. But he didn't want to be with a white woman. Mm-hmm. So he went cross seas. I think he went to the Philippines. He found a woman in the Philippines. He still drives tractor trailers now. Mm-hmm. But when he retires, he's moving. They're getting married. And he's staying in Thailand. I mean, the Philippines when he retires. Right. So I kept saying to him, are you sure, dude? Because you make over $200,000 a year. There ain't even a black woman that wants to use you for your money. He's like, no,
Right.
they don't find me attractive. He said, I've been on these dating sites. It's either I'm too
Right.
short or I'm too fat. He said, I'm tired of it. I'm going
Right.
across seas. He tells his whole story. If you go on his YouTube page, he tells his whole story.
Right.
And I just found it to be just crazy. Like, even he was still loyal to black women, that he would not be with a white woman.
Mm-hmm.
So he still wanted to be with a woman of color.
Right.
But he refused to be with a white woman. So he went cross seas to find one.
Yes,
And
sir.
I couldn't say to him, like, I understand, bro. Like, everybody wants or needs another person in their life. They need
Mm-hmm.
another human being to love. And that's all the man was looking for. He makes a
Right.
good living. He could take care of multiple households if he could, you know what I mean? And he still wasn't good enough because he didn't look the part. And because he was only 5'6", 5'7", and he was 260, 70 pounds, he wasn't considered to
Yeah.
be good enough, even though he had money. So
Right.
money is not the end all either.
Right. Let me
What
answer
I've seen.
something. One of the
Hold on.
sisters in the chat room, she says, I think Channing, she said, but black men also say it in songs, Information Man, saying how they prefer a yellow bone. Let me just say this, and I'll drop down after this. I lived through the 80s, and in the 80s, light-skinned guys ruled the day. A brother like King, the ladies weren't giving darker skinned brothers a lot of play. They were running after the El Jabbar's type of brothers. I remember this vividly.
Yeah,
As
that's
a
a
kid
fact.
growing up, I would go to the beauty shop. My mom would go to the beauty shop, and you would hear the women talking in the beauty shop, and they would get excited when a woman was pregnant. Oh no, when a woman has a newborn baby, and they say, "Ooh, your baby looks so pretty. Ooh, you must have had you a light-skinned man. Ooh, let's look at the back of the ear. Let's do the ear test and see if that baby's gonna be still high yellow." Come on, that happened. That happened in the beauty shops.
Yeah.
And I remember the sisters when I was growing up in junior high school and high school, they were all going for the light-skinned guys, and they were always talking about, "Ooh, he got that pretty hair." So the same stuff, ladies, that you would say that black men do when it comes to judging you, the same stuff was going on where black women were coveting the light-skinned dude. And then when we went into the 90s and you had the Wesley Snipe types, then black women start having a appetite for the more chocolate brother. And I think it was great.
Jamal Moore.
Yeah,
Nice.
I think it was great. But let's not forget that y'all was running after the El Jabars. Y'all had the posters on in your room hanging up. Y'all love the Prince. Come on now, Prince. Y'all love the way they looked and the way they flowed. Come on now. So it goes both ways. It can't be one way. It goes both ways. I got to end there, King. I'm going to drop down because I know other folks
I
have
was
things
just
they
about
want
to
to
ask
say,
you
man.
something, man. I was about to ask you something right before you left.
Oh, okay, brother. I'll listen.
Because I've heard
I'm
something
sorry,
similar.
this is Conversations with Information Man. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah,
bad,
man.
my
I'd love to
bad.
have y'all on the channel, man,
Nah,
and we can
nah,
just
love you, man.
chop it up.
You help me keep focused and focus on the real content, not the bullshit. Let's go.
Yeah, I got you. Because I've heard the same thing similar. Because I'm Latino, right? I'm the token Mexican in the panel. You know, just putting jokes on there. But
I hear you. Yeah.
you know, there's this thing about Mexican American women and then women from Mexico that are raised there. And
Yes.
I don't know if it's a geographical thing. It's just a westernized thing to a difference of like, oh, you picked a more, quote unquote, the B word of Mexican slang, right? Where's a slur word? You
Right.
picked a more B word woman as opposed to me. And I think the difference is when I've been to these third world countries, I'm a veteran, I've
Yes, sir.
traveled and stuff. And I see the difference in third world countries where it's more of a community family because they have to protect each other and look out for each other.
Right.
And here in America, I think they focus a lot on the whole, I'm not shaming a woman if she wants to be independent, get her career, get her money. Cool.
Yes,
But
sir.
the country is capitalistic, of course, obviously. So I think maybe that's a difference of like a difference in their message and a difference in their propaganda, the difference in community or tribalism. I think maybe that's an issue. Maybe that's why they frown upon men when they go
Well,
outside of a country or they go
right.
outside of a race, maybe.
Right. Let me say this to you before I step down.
Mm-hmm.
I live in California, so we have
same
very
here.
large populations of people from across the border. People that are Mexican, Puerto Rican, El Salvadorian, Central America. I've grown up around many people of those cultures. That's why a lot of times I don't put everybody in a bag, because of growing up around people like that. You can identify where people are within, South America, Central America, and Mexico. But check this out. Even within Mexican culture, if you're a Mexican, sir, I want to be
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
okay. I want to be respectful here. Would you say even within Mexican culture, people who are darker skinned Mexicans who have darker skin tone, like my tone, maybe in my shade, so to speak,
Mm-hmm.
by the more lighter skinned Mexicans who have more of the Spanish blood in them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there a difference in how darker skinned, not all Mexicans, but some treat
Right.
darker skinned Mexicans? Because let me tell you that little secret. A lot of those darker skinned Mexicans have black blood in them because there was an African presence. They brought slaves over there in Mexico at one point in time. Matter of fact, there's a place in Mexico where it was founded by African slaves. And I think one of your generals who was responsible for your revolution, they got him in the museums over there. He was of Mexican and
You talking about Afro Latino?
yes.
Yeah, I got you. I got where you're going with this.
So you have those in Mexico that have that heritage. They may not want to talk about it. Maybe it's a secret, but they get treated differently. You already had Mexico define a group of people as Afro Mexican now. They've now decided to identify that group in Mexico. But you see where I'm going, sir? Isn't that even a problem within even other race of people such as yourself? This colorism is spread all over the damn place.
Yeah, that's why I was bringing it up, because like other Mexicans will make fun of, like, they'll call him like oh, he looks so Oaxacan, or he looks so like, left out in the sun a little too long or something. I was like, wait a minute. I said, wait a minute. Sometimes I tell these people they could be Afro Latino, so you could be offending them, or you could be of like African descent mixed with Latin blood in it. So
yes, sir.
It's like, I think it's like, my thing is, listen, if it brings you peace and you guys are happy, leave them alone.
My thing is,
yeah,
if you get into a point, I'm gonna say it again, where you don't like your own race, and you so much don't like your own group that you talk about them like a dog, then you need to find the people, the person that you want to be with,
Right.
and then stop talking about those that you don't want to be with.
Mm-hmm.
But unless what it tells you psychologically is that it's because they really do want to be with us, and from their point of view, they're trying to make us be better. But you don't make anyone be better by browbeating them. No one's going to get better by you beating them in the head and saying, this is what you got to be. Because you don't, once again, black men as well as black women, we're not possessions. We don't own you. We can't control you. We didn't bring you into the world. We're people with all different experiences and backgrounds and education. You can't control what people are going to do, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it.
I'm going to drop down because other folks I know want to talk, and I know King, you want to get it back on to topic here. So, brother, thank you for letting me come up once again, and take care, everybody. Peace to you.
Salute, man, Paul. Nah, that's salute, man.
Yes.
Salute to all of you.
Peace. Yo,
Yeah, that was good.
One Cam, I'm glad you're here. So what you thought about the whole situation with me and that other guy, man? Because I know you from Brooklyn, and I know you're real right. And what he did was one of the biggest violations you can do.
It was crazy. Like I say, even when the whole thing was going on, I tried in myself, to be unbiased. I most definitely, I gave him a platform to speak his mind. But I see that people are very biased, so I don't really expect better out of certain people. I just really don't expect nothing better out of certain people. A lot of people want the war. A lot of people want that stuff. But the people that really want the war are not really ready to go to war. They just want to give the illusion of war. You know what I mean? Because real warriors could end war, literally. You see what I'm saying? So I've been in the streets warring, doing all of that stuff, and at the same time came at conclusions and different things with my enemy as well. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you can work better with an enemy than you can work with a friend because you both understand each other. You understand what you would do to each other, and you can understand that, and you can have a common ground or a common goal. You know what I'm saying? So with me, I think that some people use things because they want light. You know what I mean? They want to shine. You know what I'm saying? I'm a person that always shined my whole life. So when people shine, I'm not mad at that. You know what I mean? I like to add to that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I like to highlight that. You know what I mean? I put a spotlight on your light. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't take nothing away from me. And sometimes us as people, you know what I'm saying, that we feel like we got to bring somebody else down to come up. It's like being in the ocean and you're trying to save a person and you swim into them and they pulling you down, trying to grab their breath, but they drowning you. You know what I'm saying? They trying to drown you to live. And a lot of times we have that kind of a thought or that kind of a thinking. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy, you know what I mean? When I see certain things, you know, I've been doxxed online. I've been a bunch of things, you know what I'm saying? I have not doxxed anybody same way. And it's crazy that the people that was on it, they was talking about my kids and talking about my family and talking about my sisters and talking about all that, you know what I mean? So I do get it. I most definitely do get it. Yeah, man. But the conversation, even when y'all was going, you know what I mean, it had some good points in there with the colorisms and all of these things too as well. You know what I'm saying? Colorism is something that happens in the Caribbean, something that happens in Africa, something that happens in all of the countries. People are affected by it. You know what I'm saying? Me with my family being, you know, West Indian, Ethiopian, me being born in America and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I have a different perspective because I think I have a broad perspective on all of it. But all of these things are happening everywhere. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? For me, I think growing up when I was younger, you know, I used to date like light-skinned women with silky hair and all this stuff. That's not a bad thing. Like my family looked like that. Like I got family from the Caribbean, from the island. I mean, my family looked like that as well. So, but I remember one day one of my friends, and we used to date girls and all that. He was like, "Nah, I think you're being racist, bro." You know what I'm saying? And it was crazy that my man told me that one day. You know what I mean? I was younger at the time, and it's just something that I still think of today. You know, I dated women from all around the world since I've been young. You know what I'm saying? I've always dated women from all around. You know what I'm saying? But even though I've only really been in relationships with Black women, you know, I've even been out the country and dated women out there as well. I've dated women that's international a lot of times. You know, women are looking for, you know, the citizenship. They are looking for a person to marry them so that they can come to the States and some of those things like that too as well. You know, I've dated Spanish women as well. You know what I'm saying? One, like the last Spanish woman I've dated, you know, we got into a thing in the McDonald's drive-through where the woman just had the Black woman was serving out the drive-through window, and she felt like she had an attitude. And I was just like, you know what I mean? Listen, let's forget about that. We about to go to the crib, do what we do. We got the bottle, we got everything right, chill. Just forget all of that. So it wasn't about the situation. I just didn't want to hear it. But the whole thing with her was I was only saying that because she was a Black woman and I was picking up for a Black woman. So, but if she was Black in that car, she would have just told me, nah, you just doing that because you like her. Simple, right? So it leads that sometimes, you know what I mean? Sometimes, you know what I mean, when we go outside of races, it's always good when it's going good. But then when sometimes on the other end, those same race relations are weaponized against each other in the same part. You know what I mean? I think as I grow older every day, you know, I think the beauty of the Black woman is just more highlighted and more higher all the time. You know what I'm saying? I think that a lot of time we limit Black women. Black women can't wear weaves. Black women can't wear wigs. Black women can't, you know what I mean? I like what I like, you know what I'm saying? Period. But I'm just saying though, I won't limit nobody. You know what I mean? We can't wear wigs. They can't wear weaves. They can't do this. They can't do that. But at the end of the day, we created all these things. You know what I'm saying? We've actually created all these hairstyles, women coming out with Caesars and sides cut off and all that. Like we've been doing these things from the beginning, you know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, we judging our women for things that we don't have to. I think that we got to appreciate them. It's a lot of points. I was making a lot of good points. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely on this panel. But back to the war, back to where we at with it. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to touch on 2 topics. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, it's about man. Some people want light, man. You know what I'm saying? And
I mean, but why? I don't ask why when it comes to war. It is what it is. That's what
it is. What it is.
You did, but here's my issue with that. Like, if I'm so bad, tell the truth. Don't lie. You had me call my man I was locked up with and my lawyer that you in the case that you saw.
King, let me tell you something, King. Like when a person showed your background that you went to jail and stuff. Listen, King, 2 years ago I was selling drugs, busting guns, doing everything on my block, man.
Right.
In my neighborhood, selling drugs 1,000 miles per hour, and there's no reason that I could have quit it because I was making like $4,000 a damn day. So you know what I mean? Does that mean that I judge myself by that? It's a man. The virtue of a man is what you do after you come from where you come from, man.
Right.
And sometimes coming from the streets and coming from some of these things, you know what I mean? It gives you a texture. For us to make it in that business world, for us to make it out there, it's just that we sometimes apply ourselves in the wrong things, man. So the virtue and the standard of a man is what you do behind what you after you do things. You know what I'm saying? So when I look at the quality of you, I look at damn. So when people search certain shit, I'm like, damn, that's where you came from, and he on that. Wow, it just makes me look at a person even higher. To me, it don't take away from me. So I think showing those things, say it don't pull you down. To me, that thing just lifts you up more. You know what I mean? That's just to me. But it takes a certain kind of person that's going to try to weaponize our environments, weaponize the things that we came from, weaponize from certain mistakes that we've made when these people make so many mistakes themselves, but nobody ever wants to talk about their truths. Like if you talk about me, you can Google me. I hear you say it all the time. You can Google me.
Right.
Like I didn't care. When they doxed me, I was like, I live a public life anyway. You know what I'm saying? I'm an artist. My name is on records. I write music for artists in the industry. Like I act on script. They say my name on the script when it's titles and the credits roll. Like, so they're bugging. You know what I'm saying? And if you go to my neighborhood, if you go to the hood and you ask anybody about me, then they'll give you the story about me. So a lot of times these people that's talking are not transparent. They're not living a life like that. And they're trying to put up an illusion or perception of who they are. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it be a lot of times, man. You know what I mean? So going through things don't make you a bad person. You know what I'm saying? Where you come from, how you get out of that. What do you do after these things? What are you doing now as we grown men now? What are we doing now? Those are the things that we need to be judging each other by. And if you feel like you can add to a person or give a person an assistant or some kind of insight, then that's what we should be doing instead of constantly trying to just bring people down, or especially off their past and where people came from. To me, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, some of the greatest people made mistakes.
Yeah, but my thing is that kills me is that why do people feel that they have to resort to tarnishing someone's name just to get ahead in life?
Yeah, because that's how it's going. Like they have to drown you in order to feel like they about to make it to shore. You know what I'm saying? That's how they feel. That's the only way that they feel that they can come up. Because me personally, I ain't gotta hate on.
But how's that going to work out for him? Because here's my thing. Like whatever he said was proven to be false. Even the lady, he said I dated a white lady. She wasn't white, and I never dated her. She was married. You feel me? He's like when the truth comes out, and the truth is already out. And then the sad part, he has people that want it to be true. They were supporting the lie. Yeah. They wanted it to be true so bad, but it wasn't. And you're misinforming people. And you're putting stuff up there that's crazy, but you're doing this, and to me, you're losing respect from a lot of people.
Yeah, but can I tell you something? I'll tell you something, King, right? So at the end of the day, like if I was on Conversations with King, right? Because I was introduced to Conversations with King, not everybody else. A mod in my channel, Barbie Girl Tina, came to my channel. I was in a war at this time. You know what I'm saying? And after I built my channel, one community, peace.
The war you went through is what I'm going through right now is nothing to what
serious. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean?
Your war it was this times 10.
Yeah, and it was all peace. Like my channel was all peace. Everywhere I go, people like, you know, in one community, like I mean, because I ain't come for the gang banging, the gunshots, and all this other stuff. But if people want to get into that, then I practiced that my whole life. We could do that all day. I don't really care about that. That's natural to me. You know what I mean? That's war to me. So, but at the end of the day, like, let's say, like, at the end of the day, when things started to break apart, right? And I never try to be biased in between any of the four horsemen. You know what I mean? And shout out to Willie Dean. Make sure y'all check out Amazon and go and get that book, Love, by Willie Dean. Always shout out to Willie Dean, right? So, you know, at the end of the day, after I would have left King, Conversations with King, I'd have went about producing my own content. At the end of the day, every time I looked at the channel, I only seen King. So it's just another spinoff of King. You know what I'm saying? If he went off to go build what he built on his own without having to use those things, I think his channel would have grew more. But why do I have to do that when I could just go to Conversations with King?
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? So you got to understand that's just business, that's just marketing, that's just advertisement, that's just regular stuff, man. It's just in a regular sense, you know what I mean?
Right.
So I'd have stood out on my own limb, went out on my own branch, literally, and created my own lane. That's what I'd have done. Right. I'm a creator and I'm very creative, you know what I'm saying? But that goes to show you the insecurities in people where I feel like I got to still hold on to every bit of content that I did there. No, I don't. You know how many things I've wrote music for people? They stole things. They done took my shit to Puff Daddy, all type of stuff. Listen, man, I go about creating new stuff. I go about recreating. I do something else. I was on scripts, acting, on title, all type of stuff. Things went wrong. I was on Money and Violence. It was a show that popped in Brooklyn.
Oh yeah, that's one of the best shows ever.
I wrote
they broke up
song. I wrote the theme song. Right.
Shut up.
I got music on Money and Violence. I act on Money and Violence. It happened in Flatbush. That's my neighborhood.
No, I know the whole story, and they really broke up because of issues.
Because of things like, and a lot of things, right? But look, my character was killed off. You know what I'm saying? My character was the first person killed off. It's just so crazy.
I remember.
They killed my character off, right? But I wasn't disgruntled. I didn't tell people hate on it. Yo, son, fuck Money and Violence, yo, fuck man, and all that. I didn't do that. I went about going on creating, doing what I'm doing. I did music. I ended up dropping a song that went viral, all types of stuff. I went about creating. I didn't have to tarnish Money and Violence to come up, right? I still don't even speak about it. This is the first time you even people even hear me talk. I don't even talk about things that I do sometimes, man. I just go about creating. Look, I came here.
Yo, Money and Violence, if those who don't know, Money and Violence was a cult classic series on YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever you think YouTube was, everybody would stop whatever they doing to watch Money and Violence. And it was on YouTube. I'm talking about, it was probably one of the best shows, and it had terrible production, but it was so real.
He shot it with a Canon. People ain't really know how to film like that. You know what I mean? We were shooting it. It's crazy, but it was like the first web series that really boomed, that spawned like all of those web series coming out all the time because it ended up getting a deal with Tidal and Jay-Z signed it. You know what I'm saying? So like it was crazy. You know what I mean? But look, we just move forward. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have to bring somebody down. Even if I felt like people was hating on me, I've always experienced hate in my life. But I'm just going to go about doing what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? So for me, that just shows the character of a person. It just shows the character of a man or a woman to know that you could just go about doing you, and to hell with whatever whoever's saying or whatever did or whatever went down wrong. Just move forward and just get to what you want to get to. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it was like that. You know, for me, when I talk about like Black, you know what I'm saying? I seen you as a unbiased party. You know what I'm saying? Darrell and him was going through what they was going through. And I was unbiased throughout all of them too, even Darrell and Black, you know what I'm saying, as well. So when I seen him like bringing up information and doing certain things, it kind of took me back a lot, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it's like, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to prove? Or where are you trying to get to? You know what I'm saying? Like really, really, what are you trying to get to? You know what I mean? So for me, certain things I'm just not going to stand by. Certain things I'm just not going to stand with. You know what I mean? I understand that some people may say like, damn, King's going to a level 2 now. And they might want to say that, you know what I mean? But when things are weaponized against you and you got your livelihood and different things weaponized against, then a man or a woman is going to lash out or do certain things that they want to do if they want to do that as well. So I won't judge a person based on some of those things as well. Yeah. You know what I mean? I'm not.
And they can't check me on my response. You can't tell a man how to respond. You're not gonna tell me how to respond. Like you're not. So that's what I'm saying. To me, I just hope, you know, like I responded peaceful because I got eyes watching me. And I responded peaceful. I'm going to continue to be at peace because I got a lot to lose. When he did that this morning, I was like, yo, I had to hit him up like, yo, what's wrong? But he didn't pick up. Cool. But I called various people, and then I remember it was funny. I had important meetings today in regards to the properties that I own, manage.
Yeah.
And all those meetings got pushed back to tomorrow.
Okay.
And then I saw what he did. Yeah. And I realized why God did that, because he says, are you going to risk all your meetings tomorrow to do something to this person and risk everything you're going to have? And it's not worth it. That's what he wants. Like I told you that story about that man when I was in the feds, where bothering people. There's one particular person stabbed him in the eye, and he covered his eye like this. And he said, that's why you're going to the box. He lost his eye just to have that man go to the box. So you got to think about, some people will lose what they work so hard for just to see you in pain for a few days or whatever.
Yeah, that's real, gang, man. And it's sad. It's real and it's sad. You know what I'm saying? For me though, you know what I'm saying? You know, I built my channel. You know what I mean? I don't really care. Like I don't really care about getting money off YouTube and stuff like that. I've acquired money in my own life. You know, you tear it down. I built this channel, monetized in 4 weeks. You did it in 5.
Right.
Yeah, I ended up monetizing 2 more. You need to make a Conversations with King 2 or name it what you want to name it. We're gonna need the backup channels. I have 35 YouTube channels.
How do you do that? You gotta do it for different emails, shit like that?
You could connect it right to the channel. If you go into like your studio, your YouTube studio, you can actually create it. You go into it and just go into channels. When you go into settings, you go into channels, you could just add a channel. So when I did one community, I created 15 a part of community on this email. But sometimes
you say go to channels and add a channel.
You go to channels. When you go to settings, you're going to go to like channel, go through like your settings, and then you go to channel, and then you can add a channel right on to your same email. So you can add channels to this, but it's nothing to create a whole new email and do a channel based on its own email too as well. Because if this channel starts to boom, YouTube starts to limit us, they start to limit views, they start to do little funny stuff. So you can have a whole separate email that's not affected by anything that's going on with the other channels as well. So, you know, go about doing that as well. You know what I mean? Yeah, go about doing that as well. But for me, for the people that weaponize against me, know that I physically want to see you. Know that I'm physically with those types of stuff. Know that I'm in UK right now. I'm in the UK for my 2nd time in a month. I was here in December. I'm back here now. I'll be back here until whenever I want to leave. And if you want me to take the flight to you, I will take the flight to you. And I'll just enjoy your city while I'm coming to see you. So I just want you to know that's the way I live. That's the game I play. I'm not here to argue all day on the internet. It will be a physical problem. And all wars on the internet will be physical wars, because I'm a physical individual. I just want y'all to understand that. I'm not going to court. I hate court. I'm going to see you. Simple. Right. Just stay away from me.
I'm going to sue the parent.
Point blank, period.
And if I can't sue him because they're going to say it's not enough, blah, 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 and it's cool. But
I do your business. Do what you do the way you do it illegally, because that's the way we need to learn to do things legally. We so weaponized, like how I said I want to go there. That's our natural instinct. So it's good for you to do things like that. We need to take care of legal business.
But don't ever get it twisted. I'm like you too. But you know what? At the end of the day,
bring up Shay comment. Bring up Shay comment. Bring up Shay comment.
Where? Which one? Where?
The last one, Shay. Well, LOL, there's no need to implicate yourself. Listen, man, there's no implications, man. I'm willing to go to jail. I'm willing to die for everything I believe in. I'm willing to die for my people. I'm willing to die for the black woman. I'm willing to die for what's on home team. I'm willing to go to jail for it. A lot of time, us as black men, they scared. They scared to go to jail. They scared to do this. They scared to defend a woman. They gonna argue with women all day on here, but ain't gonna defend no women. Okay, you know how many people that done punched in their face because you done disrespected your woman? Bop, shut up. And we gonna get into that. It don't matter. Okay, we need to be able to take chances. Okay, and I took so many chances, and guess what? I'm here now. So I'm gonna continue to take chances. I'm not gonna stop.
I just like I said, you know, I just realized a lot of people are do all this tough stuff talk when they're in Texas. You understand what I'm saying? When they
Texas, I like Texas.
Yeah.
I like Texas too. That's why a lot of time people beef in places that I done been, live, and got family in. So you got to stop. You might get a tap at your door, and it ain't me there. So you might get a knock, knock, knock. You know what I'm saying, son? For real, son. And if you ain't got no money, Tupac said you better have money before get your money right before you go to war, man.
And this is what and that's the problem. This is the problem. This is why I don't think people are smart. I'm not a regular guy, right? And before you go to war, you gotta have money, right? They don't have money. They know they don't everything they say was just lies after lies after lies. And I'm gonna catch them in their lies, I'm gonna expose them. And then because if you think you're gonna keep on doing this and not run out of material, like how many times are you gonna play that video over again and over again? How many times you're going to talk about this? How many times for 30 days? You're going to lose subscribers. Like, the only thing you're going to prove to me is how many people hate me and want me to lose. And you know what happens when they do that? More people watch me.
That's all that happens.
That's what happens. Like, no matter what, he got his community tab. I just started doing this shit again. I took a break. I was like, and then, like, yo, man, you don't like, man. I like I said, I pray. I'm not gonna talk into it. I'm not gonna give it any more energy. But that was a dumb move because, like I said, his man. I'm just gonna bomb on Chef.
Yeah,
like you're
not gonna act innocent. Daryl's baby was weaponized against. You're not going to forget that, son. Like, my child was weaponized against, man. I had to bang on some ops on this shit, son. I've threatened them people. People threaten me with federal government, wire tapping, everything. You know what I said? I will put a fucking window in your roof still. Send that audio bite to the federal government. I don't care. Because you're weaponizing against people's children, and then you acting like your hands are clean. You better stop the damn fuckery now. It must end now. You must stop it now, bro. Okay, you weaponize against children. Okay, so when people weaponize against adults, then you got to understand what's going on, son. You don't get to weaponize against children and then act like you innocent and then play the victim role. You don't get to do that, son. The children are innocent in everything. Don't ever forget that, man. You know what I'm saying? So when some people may see Daryl going hard or going the way he's going, you may understand or you may not understand. But you're going to have to understand that his child was weaponized against, man. And that is our journey. That is our mission, to protect our children with all of our breath and all of our life, period, man. Like, my own son was almost killed by his mother. I have custody of my oldest son. I try to go about obtaining custody of my youngest son, you know what I'm saying? And she tried to really bring my life down and make my life hell, send me to jail and do a bunch of things because she tried to kill my baby. And that's my son's mom. You hear what I'm saying? I'm not going to watch nobody weaponize against the children, not even my own son's mom.
He's a trickster, man. Last time he said he was going to fly to Detroit, he was flying to Atlanta. Like, don't tell nobody I'm going to Atlanta. He just plays these games. He wants attention, and it's cool. I hope it's worth everything you're doing. But look, this is why I don't feel any way. For two reasons. One, Ken.
Yeah.
Because I still want to find out, is Chef's wife taller than him? That's number one. Right? And number two, let me ask you a question, One Kim.
Yeah.
This is her on her birthday. Could you imagine when he wakes up to that on a regular day?
To me, you know what I'm saying? To me, you know what I mean? She is who she is, man. So I'm not going to go there. You know what I'm saying? Because to me,
you're a gentleman.
She is. It's not just a gentleman. I just believe in us. And at the end of the day, her character and her quality and all of those things add to her too. You know what I'm saying? She's probably a better person and a better looking person than that person is, than who she's standing and holding next to. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you know, she's being tarnished because she's with him. If she wasn't with him, she wouldn't even be tarnished right now. Nobody would be even bringing her up. So you got to understand, women got to choose right with the men that's defending them.
Right. I can't argue.
With the men that's defending them. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to weaponize against women. I'm not. My beef is always with men.
I respect that.
My beef is always going to be with men. So even on my channel, like, you know what I mean? I defend women. You know what I mean? I defend us.
But the crazy thing, here's the crazy thing. You defend women a lot, but the woman that went after you.
Yeah. But look, even that, I never But look, I never call my baby. I don't call her no bees. You don't see me. I could have been a vindictive, bitter black man right now. A black woman did that to me. Went against my baby. Did all those things. But you don't see me calling women bees and doing all that. I banged on a couple people. 2 women tried to weaponize it. One said he want to marry me. One said he's with several women in the community. Like all type of stuff they saying about me. I'm gonna say what I'm saying to women. I'm gonna make my points, and I'm gonna get out the way, son. But I'm gonna tell them, look. I'm gonna tell them like this. Where your man at? I want to see your man.
I know some men, when they have beef with certain dudes, they spit on that dude's girlfriend. See, that's
I won't do that.
I know dudes that did that because now you have to fight me.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, but I'm not like that because, you know what I mean? I grew up with OGs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I grew up in gang culture. You know what I mean? I turned blood when I was like 14 too as well. Different things in my neighborhood too. But even the OGs, even before even gang involvement, the OGs always told me like, listen, man, if you go, if I want to go spin on an op, like, you know what I'm saying? If you see women, you see children there, you spin back. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. So I just come from a certain quality that I'm going to catch you. And I don't need to catch a girl. I don't need to catch your brother.
You think he's ever coming to New York?
Huh?
You think?
Nah, because I read Art of War. I think about terrain and things like that. So if they come to these terrains, you're going to be out of pocket and you're going to lose. So if you really read the Art of War, because I've read everything, I really studied these things, then you will think about terrain and compass terrain, different thing, rain, different thing. You know what I'm saying? If it's raining when we're going to war is a thing that you have to factor into the war. He just want to make a series on this shit, but I could tell him literally how to apply it to his life. So if you come out your pocket, will you win? I don't think so. Sorry, you probably be done from the plane as soon as you're in your cab. So you got to know what you're doing.
You think he actually thinks that he won?
I think that it feel like he's winning in a sense because he's getting more viewership than he ever got in his life. So sometimes when you just get more light on you, that's a win for you. So we got to understand that we help our enemies to win, even when we give them light. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I be wanting my enemy to get bigger because you have to get bigger to battle me, and you have to get bigger to war with me because I'm gonna crush you anyway. But at least you have to get bigger to be at least a valuable adversary to me. You got to get bigger. So, you know.
No, I get it though. I feel that he's like, yo, I can't get it with my material. Let me get it. He's doing like, let me get all the people that hate King to follow me.
Yeah, but it ain't just the people that hate King. It's all kind of people that's hearing these conversations and going to look for the other conversations to fill in blanks. Right. So you're getting a lot of people that's doing that. You don't see them in the chats. You don't see people liking like that. It's on like 20 likes. It doesn't matter. So you can see it. The proof is in the pudding when you look at stuff. You know what I mean? We as people, we just want to watch and see what's going on. Sometimes we just want to see the fight. Yo, fight. You know what I'm saying? A lot of our people is like that. They're screaming, world star, fight. So it's just something like that. But at the end of the day, your content of who you really are is going to have to shine through. And we're going to really see who you really, really are. You know what I mean? And if you ain't got no integrity, no pride, no morals, you know what I'm saying? Any person that looks and says that another woman is the most beautiful person in this world besides a woman that you are in a relationship with, that you love and you are married to or anything like that, that is a problem. That's a major issue. Problem. That can cause issues to that same woman that you're bringing up. So let's look at the woman that he's with's mindset. So we got to think about her. You know what I'm saying, son? She's a victim of this individual. She is a victim. Okay, whatever her name, Hodges, Miss Hodge, she is a victim of the same said individual, man, because he's not highlighting her. And a lot of these people that got women in marriage won't ever bring them on the stream to come talk. Why don't you talk about marriage? Why don't we talk about love? If I love somebody, I can highlight her. And I don't care who see her. And I don't care what y'all think about her, because it's about what I think about her. And I validate her, but she don't even need me to validate her because she is who she is, man. Point blank, period, man.
And that's a fact.
My thoughts on it was again, because the people have been trying to tell Darrell to get Darrell's, you know, King and his big homies to kind of put him back in his cage, because you know he's just kind of going on them. But my thing is, you'd have to think about this long term before you get to popping off on people that you could put your lady to be doxxed and to be called out in this manner, because you can't, like King was saying earlier, you can't tell a man how to respond, especially if you talk about his kids. So, you know, Darrell's waged full war on it. And I'm not really into a lot of the spaces of people trying to box him in. He gonna do what he's gonna do, regardless of what the big homies try to tell him to do. If he feels how he feels, he's gonna keep shooting. That just is what it is.
It is what it is, man. And I won't knock it. You know what I mean? Like I say, I uplift women. You know what I mean? You won't hear me say certain things, but at the end of the day, you got to go into some people fight like that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you punch somebody, some people stab when you punch. They're not punchers. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know how no one's going to react. We don't know how no one's going to respond to something. But I'm just saying, you just don't get to weaponize against children and then get to hide your hands after those kinds of things and act innocent now. Like nothing like, yo, get this dude to stop or get that to stop. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what's the limit when you go into certain things. You have to understand those things. And like I said, even that woman is a victim of Black because she is only being thrown at things because of him. You know what I'm saying? So how do you go about defending her? How do you go about this? You know what I'm saying? Are you? No, you bring your woman on the screen.
She's also an enabler because she's supposed to say, what are you doing?
She probably is saying that. She probably is saying this though, King. How we know if she's not saying this?
Right.
But the way I'd have brought this up, I'd have brought my woman on the screen and me and her would have did an art of war. The hell you talking about? We'd have been talking. We'd have been chopping it up. What? You can't tell me nothing. You can say whatever you want to say about my lady, but she right here with me now. What? I don't care because I love her.
Right.
He
never said that.
You got to secure her as a man, bro. This is why our women don't feel secure or protected, bro.
Yeah, even after the pushback, he didn't. I think it would have been easier if he just doubled down. Was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying, on the 8 Mile type of energy. Yeah, this is my life. This is my girl. Is what it is. If I'm not ashamed about it, you can't really shame a man if he's not ashamed, right?
Period.
And I think that's the issue.
That's the issue, man. Eminem syndrome, man. You got to call it out, bring it out to the forefront.
Like he made the comments I had under his video. I said, please show it. I want to be here to read it with y'all. He erased those comments because if you know who you are and you know what type of person you are, you know you don't do things, you don't care. You feel me? But he actually cares about his wife. Because today, and I watched this, I watched some videos. He never called her pretty. He said, I'm married and we're saving money together.
Facts, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, that goes to show you, man, a lot of things. Like I said, man, I'm going to full-fledged war for my woman. Facts, you heard? Facts of life. That's how it's going to be. But at the end of the day, I'm not ashamed of her. I don't care, son. The beauty of a person is the beauty of a person, bro. Don't matter. And if that's yours, don't matter. You accept that and that's yours. The only thing that he could have did to really come back to say, look, this is my wife right here. Listen, world, because what I have to hide, this is my wife. I'm not seeking other women, right? I have a wife. It's not a girlfriend. This is my wife here, right? So I'm going to be with you. So why can't I come and bring you to come and speak? She don't even have to show herself. Let her come talk. Let us have conversation. What are you talking about? Be proud of where you're at. He's not proud. He rather said something on a panel to appease people or maybe his own self. But come on, what are you doing to the woman that you're with? So I think that he's bringing down that woman. He's hurting the woman more than you ever tried or did, or more than King ever done, or more than Daryl's ever done, because he's not standing up. He's not validating her, and he is acting like he's ashamed of her. That's what I'm saying, man. And that's what hurts the most. You know what I'm saying? Period. And she is a victim of all the situation, but she's a victim of him. And that's my own assessment. That's my own opinion. That's what I feel.
He's definitely ashamed of her.
It's me.
Well, Kim, look, I think this is a thing that I started noticing in the YouTube since I started making content. I was on a panel where there was probably 4 people that disagree with me, and one of the people on the panel reached out to me after the fact, and he was telling me, you should not talk about your personal situations, so people don't give you pushback on it. And my reply to him was, I don't have no cards to hide, so I don't care. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling my story. And if you don't rock with it, you don't rock with it. And if you do, you do. I don't have no gripes about it. But the pushback doesn't deter me from telling my piece. And I think from hearing that conversation with him and put in perspective with me, that's how a lot of niggas are moving on here. A lot of niggas are just trying to get the views without they want to keep the anonymity, but you know what I'm saying? But they still want to kind of get into these pockets with the other creators. I think that's why we keep having these backdoor conversations and niggas are mad about it, because they're trying to keep up a front. The life isn't matching up with the theories and the theologies that they're trying to push other men to subscribe to, and they're presenting themselves as leaders when they're not. I think that's the issue,
Yeah.
and it kind of gets exposed when pressure is applied.
Yeah, man. Bring up Shay's comment before the last one, King. Bring up Shay's comment, that one right there. Okay, I disagree with the claim of women not being secure. From what I see, some women go looking for trouble and then tell men to protect them. I've seen that a lot, especially being in a hood and different things like that. But with a certain man, she won't have to tell me to protect her. She don't have to. And like the end, I come from a thing where we friends, if all of us are friends right now, right? And you did something wild and you probably jumped out the window and they coming to fight you, I'm gonna come and fight with you, man. You know what I'm saying, son? I might after we fight them, me and you might fight too. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna see you out there in the war like that. Now we about to get it in right now. So it's about us really be. If we was down with each other, we down with each other. Just because you made a mistake, I'm gonna throw you out to the wolves. Nah, I'm here. And a real woman don't have to tell a real man to protect her. And a real woman's trying to keep a man out of those types of things. I get it. But she can't also limit a man that is willing to risk himself to come and protect what he believes in. And it's the point is that we believe in each other, not just love. We believe in each other, and period. And if you really believe in somebody, that's not today I believe in you. That's not just because you made a mistake I don't believe in you. I really believe in you. And I'm going to show that because that's loyalty too. And that's it. Some people are just not loyal. So we need loyalty. You know what I mean?
He's not loyal. And it's sad because this is what happens when you take a broken dog and then you try to heal it and make it right again. And it's just crazy to me because it's going to really show later on in life what the real is. But I'm just shocked. Like he will go this route, which and he could go this route, but like what does he think this was gonna do? Just get him followers and views? What do you think this was gonna embarrass me? Like he has to be a little bit smarter than that. He has to start like telling the truth. He's saying things. He's the type of person to do this, and then when you see him, he's gonna say, "Yo, I was just joking.
Yeah.
I was just joking." You feel me?
Yeah. I'd have did, like I said, son, what I'd have combated that with, I'd have did a stream with me and my wife. Facts. And we'd have been talking about love. We'd have been talking about relationships. We'd have talked about our hardships, what we went through, how our love is championed through everything that's happening on this internet now. We'd have been talking about all that. How does she feel about being weaponized again? We'd have been talking about mad stuff. And many people would have connected. Many women would have connected to him. Many women would have connected to his woman. Many men would have connected to both. And he'd have probably had more viewership, more of a following, and people would have understood that he's standing behind his woman. Point blank, period. So I'd have did something like that possibly. You know what I mean? So it just depends on what you think, how you want to react and respond to something. But yeah, man. You just gotta, you know what I mean? That's what I feel about securing, because look, you could get the woman that you're with into a war and bring it into a problem. So you have to understand that that's how some people play, and they play very, very dirty, man. You know. But y'all get it.
But with that being said, man, we're gonna close out.
The most beautiful woman just walked in the room right now.
Wait, Truth, come up. Wait, before we go, where's Truth at? Tell Truth to come up before we go.
Yeah.
Truth.
Speaking of lady, I gotta go take care of my girl a little bit before bedtime. So I'll let y'all boys. Good conversation, King. Appreciate you coming, giving the context, Kim. I'll still probably be tapped in, but I'll be in the chat.
Peace, brother.
Yo.
Peace, Osmosis. Peace.
Come on, real quick. If you can, because I'm about to close it down, but you know we love your intake. What's up, Truth? You coming through? Or they got you, or they was acting up in the other channels, man. They don't want you associated with me. What's up, Truth? If Truth don't come up in like a minute or so, we're about to shut down the show. We want to say thank everybody for coming. We appreciate y'all. Oh, there you go. That's my boy. Baltimore, what's up, man? What's up, B-More?
Shout out to Truth.
Brownsville, what's going on, baby?
Nothing much, man. You know, I had to call you up, man. We were on here for a little minute. And I don't know if you heard the whole thing. I know you was in the beginning. I don't know if you heard the whole thing. And I don't know if you heard me call my man that did 20, that did time with me. I called the lawyer that was on the documents that he presented, which wasn't the full documents at all. You know, you're going to give us the unadulterated, raw truth. You don't care what anybody think, whether they agree with you or not. You're going to tell the truth. You know, what he did was despicable, because you know you're from a certain environment that I'm from, Kevin's from, you know what I mean, Dr. Hood's from. everybody on the thing is from. And you know, certain things you just don't do or call somebody unless you have substantial proof. And even then, it could be a problem with you. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. I caught when the initial thing, like you can go back. I was here initially when you had called, and then like, cause I've been working early as shit in the morning, and I had fell the fuck to sleep. um, yeah, but when you had called, you said that was a lawyer that you was on the phone with that said, don't worry about it at first, and then said clearly that person is ignorant.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the lawyer that was on the transcript, the sentencing minutes. So,
Oh, okay.
like, why
Yeah.
you read into that? You know, you didn't do anything, but he said people just want to be heard and famous.
Yeah. I mean,
But why would he play like that? Because that's on the YouTube forever. So you doing that, it just shows that you would do anything.
Yeah. I mean, clearly, this situation, is stretching out to the point. Clearly, both sides are upset, but clearly, you see someone that he is clearly upset, and he's now doing something that, like, he has no idea, like, the ramifications of dealing with shit when it has to do with, law and how to handle things and what you are not supposed to do. Of course, where we come from, we don't even speak on these things at all.
Right.
Like, that's not, like, we can't.
Right.
Like, we just automatically know better. Flat out. It doesn't matter what we said to each other. It doesn't matter if we got beef or anything. We just know better not to say nothing when it comes to this shit.
Right.
Now, like you said, this can actually be considered a legal document. YouTube can be actually considered a legal document in court. So if let's say you had a situation where a case was pending.
Yes.
And they wanted to bring this up in, like, say a case was pending, a couple charges coming back down the pipe. Now they could use this as a legal document to say, hold up, look what this gentleman is talking about.
Right.
And now we got to cite him to see if what he's saying is actually valid.
Right.
And if it ain't, he's in fucking trouble. He's in fucking trouble. And this is why you got to be careful what you're doing. Like, only people that have been in the court system know these things, like how things work and stuff like that. So
yeah, he doesn't understand what he did to himself, and what happens is the way the world works. This is why, truth. This is why when you talk about God and you talk about Jesus, people don't want to hear what you're saying. It's not because you're not right. It's because you got other people saying they're Christians and doing that. When you're a Christian, you live the right life.
Yeah.
You get what
I know. Daryl spoke about this. I think it was on his show a couple of days ago. He was saying this is why I have a problem with Christians. This is why. This is why I have a problem with the church. And I understand. That's why I don't. If you see when he come on and he speak about Christian, this is why I don't have a problem with it, because that's his plight. You feel what I'm saying? That's actually what he actually experienced. This is why he have a problem. He's not just saying, "Oh, F God, I don't like Christians," because just for the sake of it. He actually has a valid point. People are getting, told things, done things. People are saying they're Christians, and then they're acting like people that aren't Christians. So what's the difference? What is the actual difference? Now, that's not me saying that E-Black isn't something. He obviously, the situation has to, I guess, run its course, and then he got to come back to see what he's doing. See what he's doing that just ain't right. Obviously, right now he's very upset about the situation, with his wife, and I guess he believes this is the way he has to handle it. Only thing I don't agree with is,
don't lie.
Yeah, Don't lie.
Don't lie.
And then also, you can't move upon another person's movements. Like, I'm not going to do something because another person is doing it, knowing that it reflects on me bad. I'm not going to do that.
Hmm.
If I'm going to do something, I'm going to stand on that. And I did it because I chose to do it. Because our choices is what we have to account for. You
Right.
can't say, oh, because he did it, now I'm doing it, and now it's considered righteous. Now you're saying that what he did, you can never come back and say Daryl did anything wrong now.
Right.
That's the thing. You can never say he did anything wrong.
Right. And I have to be extra careful because if something happens to that young man, they're going to say I had ulterior motives because he said something like this. I want to hurt him. Right?
Oh yeah, because now So
right. I don't want nothing to happen to him because if something happens to him, then I'll get in trouble, right? So
yeah,
so that's why I don't want nothing to happen to that young man. You know what I mean? But what I do know is that how long can you sustain this? You're going to talk about us for 30 days, and how many subscribers do you think you're going to get talking about us?
I mean, that's the thing. I don't know if he's looking at it like that. I think he's just looking at it like
I think he's upset.
yeah, he's very upset, and I think he's considering this the best course of action. It's not, because it's not dissipating anything. It's continuing things. Um, you know, and the way it's going. Let's say Daryl finds something else to use.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be
You broke up. Yo.
He was
like
spitting facts too.
He said
yeah.
if he found something else, he's going to be what?
I said if Daryl finds something else about him, right, and said something, he if he's this mad now, he's going to top off. Like, he's going to be very upset. So that's what I'm saying. It's like there's nothing you can do to come back and say, okay, I was justified, but he's looking at it as justification. I'm doing this because Daryl did such and such. That's the way he's viewing it.
Yeah, he's moving like he got backup now. He was never like this. He's moving like he got people supporting him, right? He's moving.
Well, it's people supporting him, and he's definitely giving different things to look at, because he's coming at it he's being a little bit more creative with his situation. He's coming with the art of war thing. He's being creative.
He's coming at a way where, if you notice, every time he goes, I'm getting close. Like, he's in competition with me. Like, he's really in competition with me. Like, I'm talking about Chef. I'm not thinking about him. He's in competition. He wants my attention. Yo, tag me, tag me, tag me.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are very upset. Did Chef do anything tonight? Because I didn't see it.
Nah, he ain't doing anything tonight.
Yeah, so I don't know if
Chef more than likely might be driving up here right now. You feel me?
No, I don't think that.
I prefer him and Victor. I prefer him to come up.
Honestly, I don't know if Chef is going to do any more shows about it. I don't think, because I think that last show was, I guess, to let everybody know exactly how he felt and how he felt that you was foul.
Right.
So I don't know if he's going to keep coming back like how E Black is doing it. E Black has obviously, he's far more away than he's responding it like how I guess he believes Daryl is getting like adoration from it. That's what's going on. He's looking for the adoration side of responding like this. So
the difference between him and Daryl is that Daryl actually gets views doing other things. This guy, he only got his views dealing with me. He like the highest views he ever got is because he was doing a pre-show and this. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Like,
but it's clearly that, I mean, this is the thing. If E-Block can see, if he can see what he's doing, clearly he can, you know, if he's doing things like the Art of War and stuff like that, he's got content to move on, move in a certain way to attract who he's trying to attract.
The way he does is it's simple. It's a simple trick. He drops us something, we say something, then he goes back and reacts to what we say. It's really simple. That's what he does. Like if you look at the Art of War, his last one, Spies, he didn't even talk about spies at all. You understand? He doesn't know what he's doing. He just has a broad concept of what's going on, and that's okay. That's okay. But what's going to happen is I'm not paying him no attention no more. He wants me to tag him. You know, he always says, "Tag me, tag me." Nobody's thinking about you.
I mean, he's saying tag you. I don't know. Is he saying that he's going to come in and conversate and actually have a conversation about it?
He wants me to tag him.
Something like that. I don't know what that means.
They asked the algorithm I can see, but we're not tagging him. But what's going to happen is he's going to have to show and prove. So
right.
He's going to have to show and prove and put some documents out there, like put some real documents. My census admittance was 31 pages. He only had page 18. And page 18 was my lawyer speaking.
It's the adoration part, bro. I'm trying to tell you, he's looking at it from like a chaotic scenario. YouTube usually translate into likes, more views when something is, you know, tumultuous.
Right.
Something is going on. People are going back and forth with each other. That's when you see the people how their hearts are. The people that so-called claim to love you, Daryl, him, they're here just to see you guys go at each other.
Exactly.
And that's just real. That's
Facts.
just real.
Facts.
They're here to see you guys.
And guess what?
Here to see you guys go at each other.
I have people. They want to see us going at it, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? He loves the attention.
Oh hell yeah!
He never got this attention before. He loves this attention. But see, this is what you gotta understand. When the tension goes down, and you go back to who you say you are.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's when he's gonna.
That's gonna be the problem.
I know. I'm not saying no.
That's going to be the problem because now, like, you gotta make up for all the shit that you did on here, right? And that's the part that I would hope he like get settled down and say, you know what, I'm not doing this shit no more.
No, but he did that already. He had to.
Yeah, no, I know he did it, but he's talking about 30 for 30. Like he's talking about going down a whole daggone month.
He can't do 30 for 30. This was number one. There's no way. Like watch tomorrow when he does the rails joint. He's gonna see like this shit is corny. But you know what? I ain't gonna front. I watch it. You know what I watch?
Yeah, man. Look, it's getting. Listen, I'm gonna just say this. He has been getting creative with the shit. So I don't know what else he says he got more. And
but
that's what I said.
I get it, but what's creative about putting a rat with a crown and saying you ratted, but you didn't rat? What's creative about that?
I mean, I'm saying I'm not saying that that's creative like that. I'm saying he's getting creative with what he's doing. He's stepping into things that he's never done. It's not. I'm not giving credence to it,
right?
Because if you're saying somebody did something, it's got to be accuracy behind it. It's got to be, because then the validity of it is non-effect. So if you make a point, you do your skit and all that type of stuff, it has to be accurate, and then you carry on from then. But again, even if it was accurate, the individual that, you know, he says he is and everything like that, like I said, I ain't going to say, but if he is a Christian, because I'm going to tell you how this works. When we do something wrong that we know, is wrong. Once we come down off our fleshly high of being angry and all this type of stuff, and we gotta look at ourselves, that shit is gonna hurt.
And and guess what? The
That
damage,
shit, spiritually, he's gonna hurt. He's gonna be hurting.
he's hurting now, but he's trying to justify it by the fact that we talked about his wife. That's how he justifies it, right?
No, I'm not talking about the situation about his wife.
Mm-hmm.
If he hear this, he gonna know what I'm talking about, because it's certain things we can't do. When you have God's spirit inside of you, we war with our flesh and our spirit daily.
Right.
So when we give over to our flesh like this, and then when we come down off of that, it's like a high that you step back into the world and you start dealing with stuff. When you step back in that, and when you come down off of that and you settle, and then you have to start talking to God again, yo, that is a pain that comes, and that shit hurts, because now you got to get grounded again. That's the only part that I don't wish on nobody. That's why I don't behave like that.
I promise you, he's gonna have a nervous breakdown. But this is probably inspiring for him, because he's like, I got motivation now. I got a point to prove. But we see this happen before, right? And I don't want to bring her up, but like even Juana, right? We've seen this happen before. They think they're doing something, they're getting over on people, and what happens is, guess what? At the end, they lose the key people that will always hold them down. Always. Always. For example, hold on. Let me show you what they wrote so you see yourself. One could be, oh yeah, that's the part I said I disagree, or she should know better than be conscious. No, let me get this part. Hold on. Make sure to protect you. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. She said she left her. I can't find it, but she said she left. She told Juana to unfollow her because she can't trust her anymore. You understand? Shay Treadwell. And after what she did with Daryl, right? Do you understand? If a thorough person, see what he tried to do with me, they're gonna say, I can't fuck with you. I can't fuck with you. You lied.
But that's the thing, like, people, that's what I don't understand about people. And I mean, and this is something that I probably have to reevaluate with myself, because I believe people are like myself can see how people are going to move even before they do certain shit. Like, again, consistency is very important, because it shows people habitual behavior.
Right.
So you can see like a pattern of how usually the outcome is going to come. And when a person moves a certain way based off of somebody else's response, 9 out of 10 they're going to change up soon as something else comes.
Right.
Soon as something else comes back, and then you have to reevaluate who you are, and then make a choice of, okay, now do I stand on what my initial product was, who I presented, my representative, or do I show people who I really am now? Now that's when things.
She put, I told her to unfollow me because I don't trust her anymore.
Okay.
She said, bro, my heart was literally broken when I saw that happen, and that's why I'm saying what I am.
What did she see?
AJ Freezy, and to see that betrayal.
What did she see?
Basically, hold on.
She talking about the show the other day?
Yeah, the show that you got persecuted on. Yes.
Yeah. But see that.
This is what I'm trying to tell you.
But this is the thing.
Listen,
you see?
Listen, this is what I'm trying to tell you. She had a show with a bunch of people, and at the end of the show, a lot of people were not feeling what she did, right? Right? Because she was kicking out thorough people. Now, this man, if you notice, he never does a show with people. He's doing it by himself. And at the end, he tells people to come up. And you know what people do? No one really comes up. And when they come up, they're like, I don't know what's going on. Because they don't want no parts of this. Remember, they still know I'm still king. I'm still the person. I remember everything, and you know when it's my time to swing, it's a different type of story, right? Because I'm going to tell the truth. Remember, I already swung at him before when I talked about the Amber Rose. How could you call another woman pretty? He felt that in his soul. Just like your boy Chef felt that in his soul when I was talking about him, and so the next day he came up and said what he said, but he felt that in his soul about not being able to marry his wife. This man's gonna get another soul talking to him, and he won't have anybody else to hold him down. You feel me? Trust me. Look at one Kim, his beautiful.
Yeah,
lady.
I was about to say one community. That's a nice pick, bro.
Yeah, he's in London with her right now. Each African underneath. This is what I'm talking about. And look,
zoom it.
Don't say that, truth. You know why?
Why?
If you say a pretty girl, if you say a pretty girl is pretty, guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna say, "Oh, he only like exotic girls." They do that to you all the time.
Man, look,
you can't say nothing right.
Listen, I'm the bad guy regardless of anything. I just accepted that from the other day. Daryl did a show today. And this is all I was waiting for. Daryl did a show today,
right,
talking about the queen of the hate our black men.
Right.
And it was a situation on there where somebody said something about a wig.
Mm-hmm.
Now, mind you, I was told that all I talk about is wigs, nails, and I forgot what was the other thing. That's all I talk about. So I went back over the show. I was like, you know what? Maybe I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I do only talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
So I went back to see if I did, and I couldn't find nothing, man. I even asked the brother Beta Bell podcast, because he supposedly went over a couple of shows back to back to see if he could find that too, where all I talk about is women. This is how you know when somebody doesn't like you, man. It's easy to see, because all they heard was those. Now, let's say I said those type of things. Out of all the things that I've said on here, that's the only thing I said. You haven't learned nothing from me.
Mm-hmm. This guy's crazy.
Do you know I done learned so much from people that I've been in these spaces?
Right.
That even, the stuff that's Daryl doing, that you doing. And this is another thing.
Right.
What do I highlight about Daryl?
That he sticks to his word. He's been the same person that he said he was since the beginning.
Mm-hmm. And he's a great father.
Yep.
I highlight that. Why? And this is how you know when somebody hates somebody. They will highlight out of all the good you done, the negative. They fucking hate you. And that's why I said, and that's why I said when I tell people you hate me, because you can't say nothing good.
Right.
Nothing good.
And that's what I'm saying. People really do hate me. But like I said, the show, we no longer, we never tagged him, we never talked about him. It's really about Chef. It's never been about him. He's insignificant. He was insignificant as a Four Horseman. He's insignificant in his own channel, because I guarantee you, truth, the day he stops talking about me, he won't get the followers anymore. It's just the viewers. I promise you. Promise you.
Yeah. I mean,